Now, as this golden river begins to rise within your awareness, I want you to understand something that can change the whole atmosphere of your life. You are not trying to become worthy of abundance. You are remembering that you were never outside the circle of divine supply. You are not trying to persuade Spirit to love you. You are awakening to the truth that divine love has never once withdrawn itself from you. You are not trying to force prosperity into your life as though it were a stranger. You are recognizing that prosperity, in its highest and most spiritual form, is already part of the divine pattern prepared for you. This recognition is the beginning of peace, and peace is far more powerful than panic. Peace opens doors that fear keeps shut. Peace allows intuition to speak. Peace gives the subconscious mind a new command. When you enter sleep carrying the feeling that you are abandoned, forgotten, or financially unsafe, your subconscious receives that feeling as instruction. It begins to search for evidence of danger. It magnifies struggle. It repeats the old pattern. It prepares the body for survival instead of reception. But when you enter sleep with the quiet certainty that you are held in divine order, something entirely different begins to happen. Your nervous system softens. Your breath deepens. Your shoulders release the invisible load they have been carrying. Your heart remembers that it was never created to live in constant fear of tomorrow. And slowly, beautifully, your subconscious begins to receive a new impression. I am safe in divine supply. I am guided in divine wisdom. I am supported by infinite intelligence. My good is not delayed by fear. My way is being opened now. This is the sleep of the beloved, not the restless sleep of one who feels chased by life, not the shallow sleep of one who rehearses every problem again and again, not the broken sleep of one who believes that worrying through the night is a form of responsibility. No, this is the sacred sleep of one who has placed the burden where it belongs. The sleep of one who knows that divine intelligence is working while the human mind rests. The sleep of one who no longer tries to control every road, every person, every timing, every outcome. The sleep of one who says, I have done what is mine to do today. Now I release the rest into divine order. I sleep in peace, and the law works. There is tremendous spiritual power in this kind of rest. For when the body rests in faith, the subconscious mind receives faith as law. When the heart rests in gratitude, the subconscious receives gratitude as expectation. When the soul rests in divine love, it becomes receptive to guidance, provision, healing, and right action. This is why gratitude before sleep is not a small practice. It is not sentimental. It is not merely polite. Gratitude is one of the great keys of spiritual law. Gratitude tells the subconscious, good is present. Gratitude tells the invisible realm, I recognize supply. Gratitude tells the body, you are not in danger. Gratitude tells the heart, you are not alone. And whatever you recognize spiritually begins to increase in your experience. So tonight, do not wait for the full manifestation before you give thanks. Give thanks for the seed. Give thanks for the unseen movement. Give thanks for the door before it opens. Give thanks for the answer before it arrives. Give thanks for the income before the channel appears. Give thanks for the guidance before the mind understands. This is not pretending. This is spiritual vision. The senses look at appearances and say, nothing has changed. Faith looks behind appearances and says, everything is already moving. The worried mind says, I do not know how this will happen. Divine intelligence answers, you do not need to know how. You need only take the next right step when it is revealed. The fearful heart says, what if nothing comes? Faith answers, supply is not limited to the channel I can see. This is where true abundance consciousness begins. It begins when you stop worshiping the visible channel. Many people make one job their source, one client their source, one person their source, one bank account their source, one business their source, one opportunity their source. And when that channel trembles, they tremble. When that channel closes, they believe their good has vanished. But the channel is never the source. Spirit is the source. Infinite intelligence is the source. Divine supply is the source. The channel is only one way the source expresses itself. If one channel closes, divine intelligence can open another. If one road ends, divine order can reveal a higher road. If one opportunity disappears, it may be because it was too small for the good that is seeking expression through you. This understanding brings deep peace. It removes desperation. It restores dignity. It allows you to bless what has passed and welcome what is forming. Say quietly, "No person, place, or condition is my source. Divine supply is my source. No door can close against my true good. Divine order opens the right door at the right time. I do not cling in fear. I receive in faith." Now, as you begin to sleep with this consciousness, a night that once seemed ordinary becomes a night of miracles. The physical body may be resting, but the deeper life is not inactive. The subconscious is being impressed. The inner images are being rearranged. The old agreements with lack are being dissolved. The spirit is communing with infinite intelligence. And all through the unseen chambers of your mind, divine wisdom is quietly establishing a new pattern. Think of your sleeping hours as a sacred garden under moonlight. During the day, the garden may seem noisy. The winds of opinion blow through it. The weeds of fear appear. The mind runs from one concern to another. There are voices, distractions, calculations, memories, and emotional storms. But at night, when you enter sleep in faith, the garden becomes still. And into that stillness, the word of abundance is planted. Every affirmation becomes a seed. Every prayer becomes a seed. Every declaration of divine order becomes a seed. Every grateful feeling becomes a seed. And these seeds are not planted on the surface where every wind can disturb them. They are planted deeply in the subconscious, below argument, below doubt, below the noisy opinions of the world. There, in the hidden soil, they begin to grow. You may not see the roots forming. You may not hear the seed opening. You may not know which opportunity is being drawn toward you. You may not know which person is being moved, which idea is being prepared, which circumstance is being rearranged. But the garden grows silently. All real growth begins in silence. The seed does not shout. The root does not announce itself. The dawn does not ask permission to arrive. Likewise, the good that belongs to you may be forming long before your outer eyes can see it. This is why you must not uproot your seed with impatient words. Do not say in the morning, "Nothing is happening." Do not say, "This will never work." Do not say, "I always struggle." Do not speak against the very seed you planted in the night. Many people plant abundance in the evening and uproot it with fear by noon. They declare faith before bed, then rehearse defeat at breakfast. They say they trust divine order, then spend the entire day speaking disorder. This delays the demonstration, not because spirit is punishing them, but because the subconscious receives mixed commands. One moment it is told, "I am provided for." The next moment it is told, "There is never enough." One moment it is told, "The way is open." The next moment it is told, "All doors are closed." One moment it is told, "I am guided." The next moment it is told, "I am lost." A divided word produces divided experience. So let your word become clear. Let your inner command become steady. Let the language of your soul be aligned with the good you desire to experience. Speak this now. My word is one with faith. My heart is one with divine order. My subconscious receives only the truth of abundance, peace, and right action. I do not cancel my good with fear. I bless my good into visible expression. As this pattern grows stronger, you may begin to notice subtle changes. Perhaps you wake with a lighter feeling. Perhaps you feel less drawn to panic. Perhaps an inspired idea comes while you are making coffee. Perhaps you suddenly know which task to complete first. Perhaps you feel moved to contact someone. Perhaps you lose interest in a path that once felt urgent. Perhaps an old fear rises, not to defeat you, but to be released. These are signs of inner rearrangement. Do not ignore them. Divine guidance often comes simply. It may not arrive with thunder. It may come as a quiet knowing, a gentle nudge, a peaceful yes, a firm no, a sentence that repeats in the mind, a name that comes to consciousness, an unexpected calm about something that once terrified you. This is intuition. And intuition is one of the ways infinite intelligence speaks through you. Florence Scovel Shinn's spiritual atmosphere always points us back to right guidance, right timing, right action, and the power of the spoken word. Not action born of fear, not action born of panic, not action taken to prove your worth, but right action, action that comes from alignment. Right action has a different feeling. It is strong but not frantic. It is clear but not forced. It moves with a sense of inner authority. It may require courage, but it does not carry the vibration of desperation. When your subconscious is impressed night after night with abundance, divine order, and guidance, your waking actions begin to change. You stop grasping at every opportunity. You stop saying yes from fear. You stop accepting less than your soul knows is right. You stop following paths that drain your life force simply because you are afraid nothing better will come. You begin to wait without weakness. You begin to move without panic. You begin to speak without self-betrayal. You begin to recognize the difference between a door opened by divine order and a door you are trying to force with anxious hands. This is a powerful shift, for wealth consciousness is not merely thinking about money. It is the consciousness of supply. It is the awareness that there is always a right idea, a right channel, a right solution, a right exchange, a right timing, and a right path. It is the consciousness that says, I do not need to violate my peace to be provided for. I do not need to abandon my dignity to receive my good. I do not need to exhaust my soul to prove I deserve abundance. I move in divine order, and divine order provides. Now, let us go deeper into the image of the celestial door. Many who practice spiritual sleep programming begin to sense inwardly that they are standing before a door, not a door made of wood or metal, not a door in the outer world, but a spiritual threshold in consciousness. On one side of the door is the old state: fear, delay, scarcity, overthinking, exhaustion, self-doubt, and the belief that good is always just beyond reach. On the other side is the new state: receptivity, faith, divine order, inspired action, confidence, and the calm certainty that supply is already moving. The door opens inward. This is important. It does not open by force from the outside. It opens when consciousness changes. It opens when the word changes. It opens when fear is replaced with faith. It opens when you stop identifying yourself as one who lacks and begin recognizing yourself as one who receives. And the key to this door is not hidden in the world. It is not in someone else's approval. It is not in perfect circumstances. It is not in a lucky break. The key rests upon your tongue and within your faith. Your spoken word is the key. Your inner conviction turns the key. Your repeated declaration opens the lock. Every time you say, I am guided by divine intelligence, you turn the key. Every time you say, divine order now opens my way, you turn the key. Every time you say, my supply comes from infinite spirit through perfect channels, you turn the key. Every time you bless your finances instead of cursing them, you turn the key. Every time you give thanks before the answer appears, you turn the key. And one day, what seemed sealed begins to open. A new thought enters. A new person appears. A new opportunity becomes visible. A new confidence rises. A new path forms beneath your feet. And you realize the door was never locked against you. It was waiting for the right state of consciousness. This is the mystery of the spoken word. Words spoken in fear close the door of perception. Words spoken in faith open it. Words of lack darken the imagination. Words of abundance illuminate it. Words of defeat weaken the nervous system. Words of divine order strengthen the inner being. Therefore, before sleep, speak as one who knows spiritual law. Not loudly necessarily, not dramatically, not with strain, but with calm authority. Sigh. The doors of my good now open under grace. The gates of divine supply swing wide before me. I am led to the right people, the right places, the right ideas, and the right opportunities. My faith is stronger than appearances. My word is creative, and I speak only blessing over my life. Let this become your nightly language. Let it replace the old habit of reviewing lack. Let it become the music your subconscious hears before it enters the deepest hours of sleep. For the subconscious loves rhythm. It receives repetition. It follows feeling. It responds to vivid inner pictures. So give it pictures of supply. Picture the door opening. Picture the golden river flowing. Picture your hands open in gratitude. Picture yourself calm, provided for, dignified, guided, and free. Picture your bills paid with ease. Picture your work blessed. Picture your home filled with peace. Picture your body resting in safety. Picture money as a servant of good, not a master of fear. Picture yourself taking right action at the right time with perfect confidence. These images impress the inner mind, and what is impressed within begins to express without. Now we come to another sacred image, the banquet table of divine provision. Many people live as though they are standing outside the feast. They imagine themselves pressed against the window, watching others receive, watching others celebrate, watching others succeed, while wondering, when will it be my turn? But this is a false image. It is an image planted by separation. In truth, your place at the table of good has never been taken from you. Your chair has not been removed. Your name has not been erased. Your portion has not been given to another. Divine supply is not a small table with too few seats. Infinite Spirit does not bless one by depriving another. There is no competition in divine mind. There is only perfect expression, perfect timing, perfect order, and infinite channels of good. You are not an outsider. You are not a beggar. You are not late. You are invited. You are included. You are seated in spirit already. And the moment you accept this inwardly, your energy changes. You stop begging life for crumbs. You stop approaching opportunity with shame. You stop feeling guilty for receiving. You stop apologizing for desiring a fuller, freer, more abundant life. You begin to understand that prosperity, rightly understood, is not selfish. It is expanded usefulness. It is freedom to serve. It is peace in the home. It is the ability to give. It is the end of humiliating fear. It is the expression of divine order in practical affairs. It is the soul no longer chained by the constant question, how will I survive? When you take your place at the banquet table in consciousness, your cup begins to run over in ways you may not expect, perhaps not always first as money, sometimes first as courage, sometimes as clarity, sometimes as an idea, sometimes as discipline, sometimes as a healed relationship, sometimes as a new standard, sometimes as release from an old habit that was silently draining your prosperity. Sometimes abundance first appears as the strength to say no. Sometimes it appears as the courage to say yes. Sometimes it appears as a door closing, so that you no longer waste life in the wrong room. Do not limit the way divine supply must appear. Let infinite intelligence choose the channel. Your role is to align, listen, speak rightly, and move when guided. Sigh, I accept my place at the table of divine provision. I receive my good without fear, guilt, or delay. My cup overflows in wisdom, supply, love, health, and right action. I am grateful for the visible and invisible blessings now moving into form. As this consciousness deepens, you leave the desert of lack. This is not merely a change in mood. It is a spiritual migration. You are moving from one inner country to another. The desert of lack is a state of consciousness where everything feels scarce. Time feels scarce. Money feels scarce. Love feels scarce. Opportunity feels scarce. Energy feels scarce. Even hope feels scarce. In this desert, the soul becomes thirsty. It chases mirages. It mistakes anxiety for action. It believes struggle is normal. It forgets the green fields of divine supply. But the promised land of abundance is also a state of consciousness. In that land, you may still take practical steps. You may still work. You may still plan. You may still act with discipline. But the inner atmosphere is different. You are no longer driven by terror. You are led by wisdom. You are no longer pushing from lack. You are moving from faith. You are no longer trying to prove you deserve good. You are cooperating with good. The exodus from lack begins in the mind. It begins in the word. It begins in the night, when you stop falling asleep under the spell of scarcity and begin sleeping under the blessing of divine order. This is why the sleeping hours are magnified in power. During the day, the conscious mind often acts as a gatekeeper. It questions, it doubts, it compares. It says, "This is impossible." It says, "Remember what happened before." It says, "Do not expect too much." It says, "Protect yourself from disappointment." The gatekeeper means well. It believes it is keeping you safe. But very often, it keeps you imprisoned in the familiar. It protects limitation because limitation is known. It resists abundance because abundance requires a new identity. But in sleep, the gatekeeper rests. The arguing mind steps aside. The inner soil opens. The subconscious receives without debate. This is the hidden workshop of spirit. In this workshop, unseen substance is shaped before it appears as visible experience. Here, impressions become tendencies. Tendencies become choices. Choices become actions. Actions become conditions. And conditions become the outer picture of the inner pattern. So if you wish to change the picture, you must change the pattern. And if you wish to change the pattern, impress the subconscious with the truth. Night after night, calmly, faithfully, without strain, without panic, without checking the seed every hour to see whether it has grown. You do not dig up a seed to prove it is working. You water it. You protect it. You let the law of growth do what it knows how to do. In the same way, do not dig up your spiritual seed with doubt. Water it with gratitude. Protect it with right words. Let divine law do what divine law knows how to do. As you sleep, let these words descend into the workshop of spirit. My subconscious is receptive to divine truth. Every old pattern of lack is now dissolved. Every false belief about money is now corrected. Every fear of failure is now replaced by faith in right action. Every door that belongs to me opens in perfect order. Every channel of my supply is blessed. Infinite intelligence works through me, for me, and around me. These words are not empty. They are living impressions. They enter the silent workshop. They become blueprints. And once the blueprint changes, the building must change. That is spiritual law. So tonight, as you continue this journey, let your sleep become holy. Let your pillow become an altar of release. Let your breath become a prayer. Let your mind become still. Let your subconscious become a garden. Let your word become a seed. Let your faith become the key. Let divine order become the law that governs your money, your work, your decisions, your relationships, your body, your home, and your future. You are not sleeping in lack. You are sleeping in divine supply. You are not sleeping in confusion. You are sleeping in divine order. You are not sleeping as one forgotten. You are sleeping as one beloved. And while you rest, the unseen is arranging itself around the word you have spoken in faith. Now, as this golden river begins to rise within your awareness, I want you to understand something that can change the whole atmosphere of your life. You are not trying to become worthy of abundance. You are remembering that you were never outside the circle of divine supply. You are not trying to persuade spirit to love you. You are awakening to the truth that divine love has never once withdrawn itself from you. You are not trying to force prosperity into your life as though it were a stranger. You are recognizing that prosperity, in its highest and most spiritual form, is already part of the divine pattern prepared for you. This recognition is the beginning of peace. And peace is far more powerful than panic. Peace opens doors that fear keeps shut. Peace allows intuition to speak. Peace gives the subconscious mind a new command. When you enter sleep carrying the feeling that you are abandoned, forgotten, or financially unsafe, your subconscious receives that feeling as instruction. It begins to search for evidence of danger. It magnifies struggle. It repeats the old pattern. It prepares the body for survival instead of reception. But when you enter sleep with the quiet certainty that you are held in divine order, something entirely different begins to happen. Your nervous system softens. Your breath deepens. Your shoulders release the invisible load they have been carrying. Your heart remembers that it was never created to live in constant fear of tomorrow. And slowly, beautifully, your subconscious begins to receive a new impression. I am safe in divine supply. I am guided in divine wisdom. I am supported by infinite intelligence. My good is not delayed by fear. My way is being opened now. This is the sleep of the beloved. Not the restless sleep of one who feels chased by life. Not the shallow sleep of one who rehearses every problem again and again. Not the broken sleep of one who believes that worrying through the night is a form of responsibility. No, this is the sacred sleep of one who has placed the burden where it belongs. The sleep of one who knows that divine intelligence is working while the human mind rests. The sleep of one who no longer tries to control every road, every person, every timing, every outcome. The sleep of one who says, I have done what is mine to do today. Now I release the rest into divine order. I sleep in peace, and the law works. There is tremendous spiritual power in this kind of rest. For when the body rests in faith, the subconscious mind receives faith as law. When the heart rests in gratitude, the subconscious receives gratitude as expectation. When the soul rests in divine love, it becomes receptive to guidance, provision, healing, and right action. This is why gratitude before sleep is not a small practice. It is not sentimental. It is not merely polite. Gratitude is one of the great keys of spiritual law. Gratitude tells the subconscious, good is present. Gratitude tells the invisible realm, I recognize supply. Gratitude tells the body, you are not in danger. Gratitude tells the heart, you are not alone. And whatever you recognize spiritually begins to increase in your experience. So tonight, do not wait for the full manifestation before you give thanks. Give thanks for the seed. Give thanks for the unseen movement. Give thanks for the door before it opens. Give thanks for the answer before it arrives. Give thanks for the income before the channel appears. Give thanks for the guidance before the mind understands. This is not pretending. This is spiritual vision. The senses look at appearances and say, nothing has changed. Faith looks behind appearances and says, everything is already moving. The worried mind says, I do not know how this will happen. Divine intelligence answers, you do not need to know how. You need only take the next right step when it is revealed. The fearful heart says, what if nothing comes? Faith answers, supply is not limited to the channel I can see. This is where true abundance consciousness begins. It begins when you stop worshiping the visible channel. Many people make one job their source, one client their source, one person their source, one bank account their source, one business their source, one opportunity their source. And when that channel trembles, they tremble. When that channel closes, they believe their good has vanished. But the channel is never the source. Spirit is the source. Infinite intelligence is the source. Divine supply is the source. The channel is only one way the source expresses itself. If one channel closes, divine intelligence can open another. If one road ends, divine order can reveal a higher road. If one opportunity disappears, it may be because it was too small for the good that is seeking expression through you. This understanding brings deep peace. It removes desperation. It restores dignity. It allows you to bless what has passed and welcome what is forming. Say quietly, no person, place, or condition is my source. Divine supply is my source. No door can close against my true good. Divine order opens the right door at the right time. I do not cling in fear. I receive in faith. Now, as you begin to sleep with this consciousness, a night that once seemed ordinary becomes a night of miracles. The physical body may be resting, but the deeper life is not inactive. The subconscious is being impressed. The inner images are being rearranged. The old agreements with lack are being dissolved. The spirit is communing with infinite intelligence. And all through the unseen chambers of your mind, divine wisdom is quietly establishing a new pattern. Think of your sleeping hours as a sacred garden under moonlight. During the day, the garden may seem noisy. The winds of opinion blow through it. The weeds of fear appear. The mind runs from one concern to another. There are voices, distractions, calculations, memories, and emotional storms. But at night, when you enter sleep in faith, the garden becomes still. And into that stillness, the word of abundance is planted. Every affirmation becomes a seed. Every prayer becomes a seed. Every declaration of divine order becomes a seed. Every grateful feeling becomes a seed. And these seeds are not planted on the surface where every wind can disturb them. They are planted deeply in the subconscious, below argument, below doubt, below the noisy opinions of the world. There, in the hidden soil, they begin to grow. You may not see the roots forming. You may not hear the seed opening. You may not know which opportunity is being drawn toward you. You may not know which person is being moved, which idea is being prepared, which circumstance is being rearranged. But the garden grows silently. All real growth begins in silence. The seed does not shout. The root does not announce itself. The dawn does not ask permission to arrive. Likewise, the good that belongs to you may be forming long before your outer eyes can see it. This is why you must not uproot your seed with impatient words. Do not say in the morning, "Nothing is happening." Do not say, "This will never work." Do not say, "I always struggle." Do not speak against the very seed you planted in the night. Many people plant abundance in the evening and uproot it with fear by noon. They declare faith before bed, then rehearse defeat at breakfast. They say they trust divine order, then spend the entire day speaking disorder. This delays the demonstration, not because spirit is punishing them, but because the subconscious receives mixed commands. One moment it is told, "I am provided for." The next moment it is told, "There is never enough." One moment it is told, "The way is open." The next moment it is told, "All doors are closed." One moment it is told, "I am guided." The next moment it is told, "I am lost." A divided word produces divided experience. So let your word become clear. Let your inner command become steady. Let the language of your soul be aligned with the good you desire to experience. Speak this now. My word is one with faith. My heart is one with divine order. My subconscious receives only the truth of abundance, peace, and right action. I do not cancel my good with fear. I bless my good into visible expression. As this pattern grows stronger, you may begin to notice subtle changes. Perhaps you wake with a lighter feeling. Perhaps you feel less drawn to panic. Perhaps an inspired idea comes while you are making coffee. Perhaps you suddenly know which task to complete first. Perhaps you feel moved to contact someone. Perhaps you lose interest in a path that once felt urgent. Perhaps an old fear rises, not to defeat you, but to be released. These are signs of inner rearrangement. Do not ignore them. Divine guidance often comes simply. It may not arrive with thunder. It may come as a quiet knowing, a gentle nudge, a peaceful yes, a firm no, a sentence that repeats in the mind, a name that comes to consciousness, an unexpected calm about something that once terrified you. This is intuition, and intuition is one of the ways infinite intelligence speaks through you. Florence Scovel Shinn's spiritual atmosphere always points us back to right guidance, right timing, right action, and the power of the spoken word. Not action born of fear, not action born of panic, not action taken to prove your worth, But right action, action that comes from alignment. Right action has a different feeling. It is strong but not frantic. It is clear but not forced. It moves with a sense of inner authority. It may require courage, but it does not carry the vibration of desperation. When your subconscious is impressed night after night with abundance, divine order, and guidance, your waking actions begin to change. You stop grasping at every opportunity. You stop saying yes from fear. You stop accepting less than your soul knows is right. You stop following paths that drain your life force simply because you are afraid nothing better will come. You begin to wait without weakness. You begin to move without panic. You begin to speak without self-betrayal. You begin to recognize the difference between a door opened by divine order and a door you are trying to force with anxious hands. This is a powerful shift, for wealth consciousness is not merely thinking about money. It is the consciousness of supply. It is the awareness that there is always a right idea, a right channel, a right solution, a right exchange, a right timing, and a right path. It is the consciousness that says, I do not need to violate my peace to be provided for. I do not need to abandon my dignity to receive my good. I do not need to exhaust my soul to prove I deserve abundance. I move in divine order, and divine order provides. Now, let us go deeper into the image of the celestial door. Many who practice spiritual sleep programming begin to sense inwardly that they are standing before a door. Not a door made of wood or metal, not a door in the outer world, but a spiritual threshold in consciousness. On one side of the door is the old state: fear, delay, scarcity, overthinking, exhaustion, self-doubt, and the belief that good is always just beyond reach. On the other side is the new state: receptivity, faith, divine order, inspired action, confidence, and the calm certainty that supply is already moving. The door opens inward. This is important. It does not open by force from the outside. It opens when consciousness changes. It opens when the word changes. It opens when fear is replaced with faith. It opens when you stop identifying yourself as one who lacks and begin recognizing yourself as one who receives. And the key to this door is not hidden in the world. It is not in someone else's approval. It is not in perfect circumstances. It is not in a lucky break. The key rests upon your tongue and within your faith. Your spoken word is the key. Your inner conviction turns the key. Your repeated declaration opens the lock. Every time you say, I am guided by divine intelligence, you turn the key. Every time you say, divine order now opens my way, you turn the key. Every time you say, my supply comes from infinite spirit through perfect channels, you turn the key. Every time you bless your finances instead of cursing them, you turn the key. Every time you give thanks before the answer appears, you turn the key. And one day, what seemed sealed begins to open. A new thought enters. A new person appears. A new opportunity becomes visible. A new confidence rises. A new path forms beneath your feet, and you realize the door was never locked against you. It was waiting for the right state of consciousness. This is the mystery of the spoken word. Words spoken in fear close the door of perception. Words spoken in faith open it. Words of lack darken the imagination. Words of abundance illuminate it. Words of defeat weaken the nervous system. Words of divine order strengthen the inner being. Therefore, before sleep, speak as one who knows spiritual law, not loudly necessarily, not dramatically, not with strain, but with calm authority. Sigh. The doors of my good now open under grace. The gates of divine supply swing wide before me. I am led to the right people, the right places, the right ideas, and the right opportunities. My faith is stronger than appearances. My word is creative, and I speak only blessing over my life. Let this become your nightly language. Let it replace the old habit of reviewing lack. Let it become the music your subconscious hears before it enters the deepest hours of sleep, for the subconscious loves rhythm. It receives repetition. It follows feeling. It responds to vivid inner pictures. So give it pictures of supply. Picture the door opening. Picture the golden river flowing. Picture your hands open in gratitude. Picture yourself calm, provided for, dignified, guided, and free. Picture your bills paid with ease. Picture your work blessed. Picture your home filled with peace. Picture your body resting in safety. Picture money as a servant of good, not a master of fear. Picture yourself taking right action at the right time with perfect confidence. These images impress the inner mind, and what is impressed within begins to express without. Now we come to another sacred image, the banquet table of divine provision. Many people live as though they are standing outside the feast. They imagine themselves pressed against the window, watching others receive, watching others celebrate, watching others succeed, while wondering, when will it be my turn? But this is a false image. It is an image planted by separation. In truth, your place at the table of good has never been taken from you. Your chair has not been removed. Your name has not been erased. Your portion has not been given to another. Divine supply is not a small table with too few seats. Infinite Spirit does not bless one by depriving another. There is no competition in divine mind. There is only perfect expression, perfect timing, perfect order, and infinite channels of good. You are not an outsider. You are not a beggar. You are not late. You are invited. You are included. You are seated in spirit already. And the moment you accept this inwardly, your energy changes. You stop begging life for crumbs. You stop approaching opportunity with shame. You stop feeling guilty for receiving. You stop apologizing for desiring a fuller, freer, more abundant life. You begin to understand that prosperity, rightly understood, is not selfish. It is expanded usefulness. It is freedom to serve. It is peace in the home. It is the ability to give. It is the end of humiliating fear. It is the expression of divine order in practical affairs. It is the soul no longer chained by the constant question, how will I survive? When you take your place at the banquet table in consciousness, your cup begins to run over in ways you may not expect. Perhaps not always first as money, sometimes first as courage, sometimes as clarity, sometimes as an idea, sometimes as discipline, sometimes as a healed relationship, sometimes as a new standard, sometimes as release from an old habit that was silently draining your prosperity. Sometimes abundance first appears as the strength to say no. Sometimes it appears as the courage to say yes. Sometimes it appears as a door closing so that you no longer waste life in the wrong room. Do not limit the way divine supply must appear. Let infinite intelligence choose the channel. Your role is to align, listen, speak rightly, and move when guided. Say, I accept my place at the table of divine provision. I receive my good without fear, guilt, or delay. My cup overflows in wisdom, supply, love, health, and right action. I am grateful for the visible and invisible blessings now moving into form. As this consciousness deepens, you leave the desert of lack. This is not merely a change in mood. It is a spiritual migration. You are moving from one inner country to another. The desert of lack is a state of consciousness where everything feels scarce. Time feels scarce. Money feels scarce. Love feels scarce. Opportunity feels scarce. Energy feels scarce. Even hope feels scarce. In this desert, the soul becomes thirsty. It chases mirages. It mistakes anxiety for action. It believes struggle is normal. It forgets the green fields of divine supply. But the promised land of abundance is also a state of consciousness. In that land, you may still take practical steps. You may still work. You may still plan. You may still act with discipline. But the inner atmosphere is different. You are no longer driven by terror. You are led by wisdom. You are no longer pushing from lack. You are moving from faith. You are no longer trying to prove you deserve good. You are cooperating with good. The exodus from lack begins in the mind. It begins in the Word. It begins in the night, when you stop falling asleep under the spell of scarcity and begin sleeping under the blessing of divine order. This is why the sleeping hours are magnified in power. During the day, the conscious mind often acts as a gatekeeper. It questions, it doubts, it compares. It says, "This is impossible." It says, "Remember what happened before." It says, "Do not expect too much." It says, "Protect yourself from disappointment." The gatekeeper means well. It believes it is keeping you safe. But very often, it keeps you imprisoned in the familiar. It protects limitation because limitation is known. It resists abundance because abundance requires a new identity. But in sleep, the gatekeeper rests. The arguing mind steps aside. The inner soil opens. The subconscious receives without debate. This is the hidden workshop of spirit. In this workshop, unseen substance is shaped before it appears as visible experience. Here, impressions become tendencies. Tendencies become choices. Choices become actions. Actions become conditions. And conditions become the outer picture of the inner pattern. So if you wish to change the picture, you must change the pattern. And if you wish to change the pattern, impress the subconscious with the truth. Night after night, calmly, faithfully, without strain, without panic, without checking the seed every hour to see whether it has grown. You do not dig up a seed to prove it is working. You water it. You protect it. You let the law of growth do what it knows how to do. In the same way, do not dig up your spiritual seed with doubt. Water it with gratitude. Protect it with right words. Let divine law do what divine law knows how to do. As you sleep, let these words descend into the workshop of spirit. My subconscious is receptive to divine truth. Every old pattern of lack is now dissolved. Every false belief about money is now corrected. Every fear of failure is now replaced by faith in right action. Every door that belongs to me opens in perfect order. Every channel of my supply is blessed. Infinite intelligence works through me, for me, and around me. These words are not empty. They are living impressions. They enter the silent workshop. They become blueprints. And once the blueprint changes, the building must change. That is spiritual law. So tonight, as you continue this journey, let your sleep become holy. Let your pillow become an altar of release. Let your breath become a prayer. Let your mind become still. Let your subconscious become a garden. Let your word become a seed. Let your faith become the key. Let divine order become the law that governs your money, your work, your decisions, your relationships, your body, your home, and your future. You are not sleeping in lack. You are sleeping in divine supply. You are not sleeping in confusion. You are sleeping in divine order. You are not sleeping as one forgotten. You are sleeping as one beloved. And while you rest, the unseen is arranging itself around the word you have spoken in faith. Now that you understand sleep as the hidden workshop of spirit, let us go even deeper into the mystery of what is being built within you while the outer world is silent. For your waking life is not created first in the marketplace, the office, the bank, or the visible world of circumstances. It is created first in consciousness. It is created first in the unseen. It is created first in the quiet inner place where beliefs are accepted, words are repeated, images are impressed, and expectations become law to the subconscious mind. The outer world is the last place where manifestation appears. The inner world is the first place where manifestation begins. This is why it is not enough to merely wish for prosperity while secretly expecting disappointment. It is not enough to speak abundance for a few moments while rehearsing lack for the rest of the day. It is not enough to desire increase while still feeling unworthy to receive. The subconscious does not respond most deeply to occasional wishes. It responds to dominant impressions. It responds to the repeated word. It responds to the image held with feeling. It responds to the inner conviction that has become natural. And so, the great work is not to force the outer world first, The great work is to impress the inner world with truth. There is an ancient spiritual principle that says, as a person thinks in the heart, so is that person. But this does not refer merely to the quick thoughts that pass across the surface of the mind. It does not refer to the small mental noise that comes and goes during the day. The heart means the deep inner conviction, the root belief, the subconscious acceptance, the silent agreement you have made with life. If, in your heart, you believe struggle is permanent, you will unconsciously seek proof of struggle. If, in your heart, you believe money is unsafe, you may push it away even when it comes near. If, in your heart, you believe success belongs to others but not to you, you may fail to recognize doors that are already opening. If, in your heart, you believe you must suffer in order to be worthy, you may turn away from ease when divine order offers it. But if, in your heart, you begin to believe that divine supply is real, that you are guided, that right action is revealed, that your good is not lost, and that abundance can come through perfect channels under grace, then a new world begins to form within you. And as the inner world changes, the outer world must eventually answer. This is the law of consciousness. This is the law of impression. This is why sleep is so powerful. During waking hours, the conscious mind stands like a gatekeeper at the entrance of the subconscious. It questions everything. It argues. It compares today with yesterday. It looks at present circumstances and says, "This cannot be true." It reviews past failures and says, "Be careful." It looks at the numbers and says, "There is not enough." The gatekeeper believes it is protecting you, but often it is only protecting an old identity. It protects the familiar struggle. It protects the old story. It protects the pattern you are trying to outgrow. But in sleep, the gatekeeper rests. The arguing mind becomes quiet. The door opens. The subconscious receives. This is the sacred opportunity. When you listen to words of abundance, divine order, faith, right action, prosperity, wisdom, love, and peace during sleep, these words move past the noisy argument of the surface mind and sink into the deeper soil. They become instructions. They become seeds. They become new spiritual blueprints. And the subconscious, faithful and obedient, begins to work with what it has been given. Understand this clearly. Your subconscious is a faithful servant. It does not mock your word. It does not debate your worthiness. It does not say, "This is too good for you." It receives the impressions you repeatedly give it and begins organizing your thoughts, feelings, choices, and perceptions around those impressions. If you feed it fear, it serves fear. If you feed it lack, it serves lack. If you feed it resentment, it serves resentment. If you feed it faith, it serves faith. If you feed it abundance, it serves abundance. If you feed it divine order, it begins to seek order. This is both a great power and a great responsibility. For many people have unknowingly trained the subconscious to expect difficulty. They have repeated phrases of limitation for years. I never have enough. Money leaves me quickly. Good things never last. I am always behind. Nothing works for me. I do not know what to do. Life is too hard. There is no way out. And because the subconscious is faithful, it accepted these words as instruction. It did not know they were spoken in pain. It did not know they were spoken carelessly. It did not know they were inherited from family, society, fear, or disappointment. It simply received and reproduced. But the same law that created the old pattern can create a new one. This is the mercy of spiritual law. The mind can be renewed. The subconscious can be re-educated. The inner image can be changed. The word can be corrected. The heart can accept a higher truth. And as this happens, life begins to reorganize itself according to the new command. So tonight, we do not condemn the old pattern. We simply replace it. We do not fight darkness. We turn on the light. We do not wrestle with lack, as though lack had ultimate power. We speak the word of supply. We do not spend the night arguing with fear. We give the subconscious a new instruction. Say slowly within yourself, "My subconscious is now impressed with faith. My inner world is now ordered by divine wisdom. I release every old agreement with lack. I accept the truth of divine supply. I am guided, protected, provided for, and led into right action." Let these words sink in, not as empty repetition, not as a performance, but as a calm decree, a decree spoken from the sanctuary of faith. For when the subconscious receives a new pattern consistently, it begins to form new pathways. What once felt impossible begins to feel possible. What once felt threatening begins to feel manageable. What once felt distant begins to feel near. What once caused panic begins to awaken intuition. And this change does not remain invisible forever. It begins to show itself in small decisions. You may stop avoiding something important. You may feel moved to organize your finances with peace instead of shame. You may finally send the message. You may apply for the opportunity. You may raise your standard. You may forgive a person who has occupied your mental energy too long. You may receive an idea that seems simple, but carries within it the seed of increase. This is how divine intelligence often works. Not always through dramatic thunder, often through a quiet nudge, a clear thought, a right word, a sudden peace, an unexpected opening, a gentle but firm inner knowing. Do not despise these small beginnings. A seed is small, but a tree sleeps within it. An idea is small, but a new life may be hidden inside it. A single word spoken in faith may open a way that years of worry could not force open. Now picture your subconscious as a vast, silent garden beneath a sky filled with divine moonlight. The soil is rich, the air is still, the world is quiet. And into this garden, every word you speak is planted. Some words are seeds of fear, some are seeds of peace, some are seeds of increase, some are seeds of confusion, some are seeds of divine certainty. For years, perhaps, many seeds were planted without your awareness. Words spoken by others, predictions made in fear, family beliefs about money, memories of lack, moments of humiliation, disappointments that became expectations. These seeds took root, and for a time, they produced after their kind. But tonight, you become conscious. Tonight, you become the gardener of your inner world. Tonight, you stop allowing any careless word to enter the sacred soil of your soul. Tonight, you bless the garden. You bless the soil. You bless the seeds. You bless the harvest that is forming. And you begin planting deliberately. You plant wealth, not as greed, but as divine supply. You plant health, not as fear of illness, but as harmony and life. You plant joy, not as escape, but as the natural radiance of a soul in alignment. You plant right work, right service, right opportunity, right compensation. You plant right relationships, people who bless you, strengthen you, and meet you in truth. You plant peace in your home. You plant order in your affairs. You plant wisdom in your decisions. You plant gratitude in your heart. And the unseen gardeners of spirit begin their work. Call them angels, messengers of divine intelligence, movements of grace, or holy forces of order. The name matters less than the law. The moment the right seed enters receptive soil, the law of growth begins. You do not need to force the seed to open. You do not need to command the root to descend. You do not need to pull the stem upward. Your work is to plant rightly, water faithfully, and protect the garden from words that poison the soil. This is why your language during the day matters. When you wake from a night of abundance programming, do not walk immediately back into the desert of old speech. Do not say, "I am broke." Say, "Divine supply is now revealing the perfect channel." Do not say, "I am trapped." Say, "The way is being made clear before me." Do not say, "I do not know what to do." Say, "I am guided by divine intelligence, and the next right action is revealed." Do not say, "Nothing changes." Say, All things are now moving into divine order. The old phrase may feel more familiar, but familiarity is not truth. A prison may be familiar, a limitation may be familiar, a fear may be familiar, but you are not here to repeat what is familiar. You are here to speak what is true, and truth, spoken steadily, becomes the new atmosphere of the soul. Now let us enter another layer of this sacred sleep work. While the body rests, the spirit communes with infinite intelligence. This is not fantasy. This is the natural return of the soul to its source. During the day, the mind is pulled in many directions. It is occupied with tasks, conversations, screens, responsibilities, decisions, deadlines, and worries. It moves through the visible world, gathering impressions, reacting to conditions, and often forgetting the invisible power behind all things. But in sleep, the outer noise fades. The senses withdraw. The body becomes still. The conscious mind stops, trying to solve everything. And the spirit, free from so much surface distraction, draws near to infinite intelligence. This is why answers can come after rest. This is why a problem that seemed impossible at night may appear simpler in the morning. This is why a dream may contain a symbol, a warning, a comfort, or a direction. This is why you may wake knowing what to do, even though no one outwardly told you. Divine intelligence speaks in many ways. It speaks through peace. It speaks through intuition. It speaks through sudden understanding. It speaks through timing. It speaks through closed doors. It speaks through open doors. It speaks through the quiet conviction that says, "This is the way, walk in it." When you sleep in worry, the signal is clouded. When you sleep in resentment, the signal is disturbed. When you sleep in fear, the signal is distorted. But when you sleep in faith, gratitude, and release, the signal becomes clear. Your subconscious becomes like a calm lake, and the wisdom of infinite spirit can be reflected upon it without distortion. This is one reason striving must cease. Striving is not the same as right action. Striving comes from fear. Right action comes from guidance. Striving says, "If I do not force this, nothing will happen." Right action says, "I am guided to do my part, and divine intelligence does what I cannot do." Striving exhausts the nervous system. Right action strengthens it. Striving clings to one outcome. Right action follows the unfolding path. Striving tries to make the channel the source. Right action trusts the source to choose the channel. Many people confuse panic with productivity. They think anxiety means they are being responsible. They think sleeplessness proves commitment. They think constant worry is a sign of care. But worry is not wisdom. Fear is not guidance. Exhaustion is not spiritual maturity. To rest in divine order is not laziness. It is faith. To release the burden is not denial. It is obedience to a higher law. To sleep peacefully while a problem remains unsolved is not weakness. It is the recognition that infinite intelligence works best when the human mind stops interfering. This is a great turning point. When you finally understand it, you stop treating life as a battle to be won by tension. You begin to treat life as a divine unfoldment to be entered through faith, clear words, and right action. Say quietly, "I cease striving. I release fear. I allow divine law to work. I take right action when guided. I rest in the certainty that infinite intelligence knows the way." This does not mean you do nothing. It means you stop doing from panic. It means you stop acting from spiritual homelessness. It means you stop running in circles because you are afraid to be still. It means you let silence restore your power. Then, when action comes, it is clean. It is direct. It is effective. It is not scattered by fear. This is the difference between forced effort and divinely guided movement. A person in fear may take many actions and still move nowhere. A person in alignment may take one right action and open a door that changes everything. Now, during sleep, affirmations become living forces. They are not merely pleasant sentences. They are not decorations for the mind. They are spiritual instruments. They are like invisible sculptors moving through the subconscious, reshaping the old inner images. Every time you hear, "I am guided by divine intelligence," an old image of confusion begins to weaken. Every time you hear, "Divine order governs my finances," an old image of chaos begins to dissolve. Every time you hear, "My supply comes through perfect channels," an old image of dependency and fear begins to lose authority. Every time you hear, "The way is made clear before me," an old image of being trapped begins to break apart. This is the rewriting of the subconscious blueprint. Blueprints matter. A building cannot rise higher than the plan from which it is built. If the inner blueprint says, "I am always struggling," then even temporary success may be built upon unstable ground. If the blueprint says, "Money is hard to keep," then money may come and go without peace. If the blueprint says, "I am not enough," then opportunity may be met with fear instead of confidence. But when the blueprint is rewritten, the structure changes. The new blueprint says, "I am supplied by infinite spirit. I am guided into right work. I receive right compensation. I am worthy of peace, prosperity, and divine success. My gifts are useful. My ideas are valuable. My life is ordered by wisdom. My good comes under grace in perfect ways." As this blueprint becomes impressed, your outer choices begin to correspond. You stop undercharging from fear. You stop overspending from emptiness. You stop hiding your gifts. You stop delaying necessary decisions. You stop choosing from panic. You begin to honor the value of your life. You begin to trust the timing of your good. You begin to act as though divine supply is real, not as a theory, but as a practical law. This is when abundance becomes practical. It is not just a mystical feeling. It begins to appear in schedules, decisions, conversations, budgets, work, creativity, opportunities, and relationships. Divine order is never vague. It touches details. It touches the email you need to send. It touches the room you need to clean. It touches the account you need to organize. It touches the conversation you need to have. It touches the idea you need to write down. It touches the habit you need to release. It touches the opportunity you need to accept. It touches the door you need to stop forcing. Spiritual abundance is not disorder. It is order filled with life. So as you sleep, ask not only for money, ask for order, ask for wisdom, ask for right action, ask for the removal of false desire, ask for the strengthening of true desire, ask for guidance that blesses all involved, ask for a consciousness that can hold the good you are calling forth. Because sometimes the delay is not punishment. Sometimes the delay is preparation. Sometimes divine intelligence is enlarging your inner capacity so that the blessing will not frighten you, destabilize you, or be wasted. Sometimes you are not waiting for the good. The good is waiting for your consciousness to become ready to receive it peacefully. Sigh. My consciousness is enlarged to receive my highest good. I am prepared inwardly and outwardly for divine supply. I receive increase with wisdom. I receive opportunity with humility. I receive success with gratitude. I receive guidance with obedience. As this affirmation settles into you, the art of surrender begins. Surrender is often misunderstood. It does not mean giving up your desire. It does not mean accepting defeat. It does not mean becoming passive, weak, or indifferent. True surrender means releasing the burden of fear so that divine intelligence can work. It means letting go of the desperate need to control every detail. It means no longer clutching the problem so tightly that spirit has no room to transform it. Imagine trying to plant seeds in soil that has become hard, dry, and compacted. The seed may be good. The law of growth may be ready. The rain may be near. But if the soil is hard, the seed cannot enter deeply. Worry hardens the soil. Control hardens the soil. Resentment hardens the soil. Fear hardens the soil. Surrender softens it. Gratitude waters it. Faith warms it. Right words protect it. And in softened soil, abundance can take root. This is why, before sleep, you must release the burdens of the day. Do not carry tomorrow's problem into tonight's holy chamber. Do not bring every bill, every fear, every regret, every imagined disaster into the sanctuary of sleep. Do not place them under your pillow like sacred objects. They are not sacred. They are appearances. They are conditions. They are temporary forms. They are not greater than divine law. Tonight, gather them inwardly. Gather the unpaid bill. Gather the unanswered message. Gather the financial pressure. Gather the fear of failure. Gather the memory of past mistakes. Gather the shame. Gather the uncertainty. Gather the question, what will happen next? And one by one, place them into the hands of the divine presence within you. Speak with calm authority. I cast this burden on the divine presence within, and I go free. I release this fear into divine love, and I go free. I place this situation in divine order, and I go free. I no longer carry what infinite intelligence is able to transform. Let those words be real. Feel the weight leaving your body. Feel your shoulders soften. Feel the chest open. Feel the stomach unclench. Feel the breath deepen. This is not imagination in the weak sense. This is spiritual participation. You are deliberately moving the burden from fear to faith. You are transferring it from human struggle to divine law. You are refusing to worship the problem any longer. You are saying, this appearance does not have authority over my soul. And when you release it, do not take it back 5 minutes later. Do not say, I release it, then spend the night analyzing it. Do not put the burden on the altar and then pick it up again because the mind feels lonely without worry. Let it burn. Let it be transformed. Let divine love consume the fear, and let the pure substance of the situation be reshaped into good. For every burden contains spiritual substance that can be transformed. Debt can become discipline, wisdom, new income, and freedom. Failure can become instruction, humility, strength, and better timing. Fear can become faith. Confusion can become clarity. Delay can become protection. Loss can become space for greater good. But the transformation begins when you stop clutching the appearance. Tonight, before sleep, make your pillow an altar of release. Let your final thought be not, how will I solve this? Let your final thought be, divine intelligence is solving what I cannot solve. Divine order is arranging what I cannot arrange. Divine love is transforming what I release. I sleep in peace, and I wake in guidance. And as you fall asleep in this state, your spirit communes with infinite wisdom. Your subconscious receives the word. Your nervous system remembers safety. The garden receives the seed. The workshop receives the blueprint. The golden river rises. The celestial door opens inward. And all through the unseen, the law begins to work. You do not need to watch it anxiously. You do not need to dig up the seed. You do not need to command the sun to rise. Rest. Trust. Speak rightly. Listen inwardly. Act when guided. And know this, the night is not empty. The silence is not empty. The unseen is not inactive. While you rest, divine order works. While you sleep, the word takes root. While you surrender, the burden is transformed. While you trust, the way is being prepared. And when morning comes, you do not rise as the same person who went to sleep in fear. You rise carrying a new instruction, a new atmosphere, a new inner command, a new agreement with divine supply. The garden has been planted. The blueprint has been changed. The burden has been released. The word has gone forth, and the word, spoken in faith, shall not return empty. Now, when you have placed the burden into divine love, when you have stopped clutching the problem as though your fear were the only thing holding your life together, something extraordinary begins to happen within the invisible chamber of the soul. At first, it may feel like quiet, nothing dramatic, no thunder, no outward sign, only a softening, only a breath, only the subtle sense that you are no longer standing alone beneath the weight of the world. But do not underestimate this quiet. In spiritual law, quiet is often the first sign that power has begun to move. The mind that was once noisy with fear becomes still enough to receive. The heart that was once tight with expectation becomes open enough to trust. The body that was once tense with self-protection begins to remember safety. And the subconscious, now freed from the heavy stones of worry, becomes fertile ground for the word of abundance. This is why release must come before demonstration. Many people try to affirm prosperity while still worshiping fear. They speak of supply, but hold tightly to anxiety. They declare divine order but spend the night arranging disaster in the imagination. They say they trust, but their inner state says, I must control everything or nothing will work. This divided consciousness weakens the word, not because divine law is weak, but because the subconscious receives the deeper feeling more strongly than the surface phrase. If the lips say, I am supplied, but the heart says, I am abandoned, the subconscious receives confusion. If the lips say, the way is open, but the imagination keeps picturing closed doors, the inner world becomes divided. If the lips say, divine order is working, but the mind spends hours rehearsing chaos, the seed is covered with stones. So before the word of abundance can take root deeply, the burden must be released. Not partially, not dramatically, not as a performance, but sincerely, quietly, completely. You do not need to know how divine intelligence will transform the situation. You do not need to see the full road. You do not need to understand the timing. You only need to stop claiming the burden as your identity. There is a vast difference between having a problem and becoming the problem. You may have a financial condition that needs healing, but you are not lack. You may have a debt that needs to be ordered, but you are not debt. You may have made a mistake that needs correction, but you are not the mistake. You may be waiting for provision, but you are not forgotten. You are a spiritual being moving through temporary conditions, and temporary conditions must bow to a higher law when consciousness is lifted. Now, close your inner eyes for a moment and see yourself standing before the throne of infinite spirit, not far away, not in another world, not beyond your reach. This throne exists in the highest chamber of your own consciousness, where divine authority, divine wisdom, and divine love are one. You stand before it not as a beggar, not as an outsider, not as someone unworthy to ask. You stand as one who belongs to divine life, one who has the right to release, one who has the right to be guided, one who has the right to be restored. In your hands, you are carrying the burdens you no longer wish to take into sleep. See them clearly. The unpaid obligation, the fear about money, the shame about the past, the anxiety about tomorrow, the question that has no visible answer, the door that has not opened, the conversation you dread, the decision that feels too large, the memory of failure, the fear of being too late, the old sentence that says, it will never change. Gather them all. Do not hide them. Do not pretend they are not there. Do not judge yourself for having carried them. Simply recognize them. For what is honestly seen can be spiritually released. Now, before you, an altar appears. It is not made of stone. It is not cold. It is not severe. It is made of living light, a quiet, golden, holy fire that burns without destroying what is real. This is the fire of divine love. It consumes only illusion. It dissolves only fear. It transforms only what was never part of your true spiritual identity. Place every burden upon this altar, un by un. Do not rush. Place the fear there. Place the debt there. Place the mistake there. Place the resentment there. Place the self-blame there. Place the unanswered question there. Place the future there. Place the past there. Place even the need to know how everything will be solved. And as each burden touches the fire, watch it begin to change. The fear does not remain fear. It becomes faith. The debt does not remain shame. It becomes order, wisdom, increase, and right action. The mistake does not remain condemnation. It becomes instruction. The delay does not remain punishment. It becomes preparation. The closed door does not remain rejection. It becomes protection and redirection. The confusion does not remain confusion. It becomes a space where divine guidance can speak. Now speak the words with calm authority. I cast this burden on the divine presence within, and I go free. I cast this burden on infinite wisdom, and I go free. I cast this burden on divine love, and I go free. I cast this burden on the law of divine order, and I go free. Do not say these words as if you are begging. Say them as one who understands law. When a burden is cast upon the higher power within, it is no longer yours to carry in fear. Your part is to listen. Your part is to take right action when guided. Your part is to stop returning to the altar, to steal back what you have surrendered. Many people release a burden in prayer, then immediately reclaim it in imagination. They give it to spirit, then spend the whole night mentally solving it. They say, I trust, and then rehearse every possible failure. But true release means the problem has changed hands. It no longer rests upon the anxious mind. It rests in divine intelligence. And divine intelligence knows what to do. Now feel the space that opens within you. The chest is lighter. The breath is deeper. The shoulders lower. The jaw unclenches. The stomach softens. Even the mind seems to step back from the edge of fear. This physical release is important. The body has been listening to your thoughts for years. Every fear has spoken to it. Every worry has tightened it. Every imagined disaster has instructed it to prepare for danger. But now, as the burden is released, the body receives a new message. It is safe to rest. It is safe to trust. It is safe to receive. It is safe to sleep under divine protection. This is not merely relaxation. This is the nervous system entering agreement with faith. And when the body agrees with faith, sleep becomes deeper. When sleep becomes deeper, the subconscious becomes more receptive. When the subconscious becomes more receptive, the word of abundance can enter without resistance. And when the word enters deeply, the outer life begins to change through natural, orderly, inspired movement. Now, in this state of release, imagine something beautiful. From your back, folded beneath years of worry, there begin to unfold two luminous wings. They are not physical wings. They are wings of consciousness, wings of faith, wings of abundance, wings of spiritual remembrance. They have always been there, but fear made them heavy. Worry folded them. Self-doubt covered them. Old stories pressed them down. But now, with the burdens placed upon the altar, they begin to open. Slowly, majestically, as if the soul itself is remembering how to rise. These golden wings are the symbol of your higher consciousness. They represent your ability to rise above appearances, to see from the level of spirit, to stop crawling through circumstances and begin moving in the current of divine law. As they unfold, you feel yourself lifting, not escaping your life, not denying your responsibilities, but rising above the low atmosphere of fear where everything looks impossible. From the ground, a problem may appear like a mountain. From the air, it becomes part of a wider landscape. From fear, a delay may seem like failure. From faith, it may reveal itself as perfect timing. From panic, one closed door may seem like the end. From spiritual elevation, it may be seen as divine protection. This is why you must rise. Not because the physical world does not matter, but because it must be seen from the right level of consciousness. When you are buried in fear, you cannot see the path. When you are pressed against the wall, you cannot see the door. When you are drowning in anxiety, you cannot hear intuition. But when consciousness rises, perception changes. And when perception changes, action changes. And when action changes, the outer condition begins to move. From this elevated place, you begin to see something clearly. Lack never had the final word. Fear never had true dominion. No earthly condition ever held your spiritual self captive. The appearance may have been loud. The delay may have been painful. The number may have been intimidating. The memory may have been strong. But none of these things are stronger than divine law. None of them are your source. None of them are your identity. None of them have authority over the word spoken in faith. Sigh, I rise above appearances. I am not governed by fear. I am not governed by lack. I am not governed by delay. I am governed by divine order. I am lifted by divine love. I am guided by infinite intelligence. The moment you begin to live from this higher viewpoint, you no longer respond to life in the old way. You stop reacting from panic. You stop making decisions in spiritual poverty. You stop shrinking before circumstances. You stop giving every appearance the power of prophecy. You begin to pause. You begin to listen. You begin to ask, what is the right word here? You begin to ask, what is divine intelligence showing me? You begin to ask, what is the next right action, not the most fearful action? This is spiritual maturity. It is not passivity. It is not avoidance. It is not pretending everything is perfect while ignoring practical responsibilities. It is the art of handling visible affairs from invisible wisdom. When a bill comes, you do not curse it. You bless your ability to meet it. You say, divine supply now provides the perfect channel. When an opportunity is delayed, you do not collapse. You say, divine timing is exact, and my good cannot be withheld. When money leaves your hands, you do not panic. You bless it as it circulates and say, it returns multiplied in right ways. When you feel fear rising, you do not obey it. You place your hand upon your heart and say, peace, divine order is here. This is how you bring the teaching from the night into the day. For sleep programming is not meant to remain in sleep. It is meant to shape waking life. The night plants the seed. The day protects it. The night impresses the subconscious. The day gives the word continuity. The night opens the inner door. The day requires you to walk through it. Now, as you rest upon these wings of abundance, you feel another movement beneath you. A current, a flow, an invisible river lifting you gently. This is the current of divine supply. It has always been moving. But when you were tense, you fought it. When you were afraid, you swam against it. When you believed everything depended on personal struggle, you exhausted yourself trying to move in a direction that divine intelligence could have carried you toward with grace. Now you stop fighting. You float. You allow. You trust the current. This does not mean you never act. It means your action is no longer against the current. It is with the current. Effortless demonstration does not mean no movement. It means right movement. It means inspired movement. It means action that comes with a sense of inner agreement. There is still work, but it is no longer harsh. There is still discipline, but it is no longer fear-driven. There is still responsibility, but it is no longer a burden carried in isolation. You begin to feel the difference between forcing and flowing. Forcing feels tight. Flowing feels clear. Forcing feels desperate. Flowing feels guided. Forcing says, I must make this happen now or I am lost. Flowing says, the next right step is enough and divine order governs the whole path. Forcing drains your life. Flowing renews it. Forcing creates confusion. Flowing reveals order. This is why the release of tension is part of abundance. A tense body cannot easily receive. A clenched hand cannot easily be filled. A mind crowded with fear cannot easily recognize guidance. So, tonight, let your whole being unclench. Let the hands open. Let the throat soften. Let the eyes rest. Let the nervous system hear the message. I do not have to carry this alone. I do not have to force my good. I do not have to know every detail. Divine intelligence knows the way. My work is to trust, listen, speak rightly, and move when guided. This is a sacred balance. Faith does not replace action. Faith purifies action. Faith does not deny responsibility. Faith removes panic from responsibility. Faith does not tell you to sleep through your life. Faith teaches you to sleep in peace so you can awaken with power. For when you awaken from this kind of sleep, you are not merely rested. You are aligned. You may notice that certain old impulses have weakened. The impulse to complain, the impulse to expect the worst, the impulse to check everything anxiously, the impulse to speak against your good, the impulse to accept less because you fear nothing else will come. And in their place, new impulses begin to arise. The impulse to organize, the impulse to bless, the impulse to forgive, the impulse to create, the impulse to make one clean decision, the impulse to follow a quiet idea, the impulse to speak prosperity over your life instead of repeating lack. These are signs that the subconscious blueprint is changing. Do not ignore them. Do not say, "This is nothing." Many miracles begin as a change in impulse. A new life may begin with a new thought. A new income stream may begin with a small idea written down at dawn. A healed relationship may begin with one sentence spoken in peace. A financial breakthrough may begin with the courage to stop acting from fear. A new season may begin when you no longer call yourself by the name of your old struggle. Now, let us return for a moment to the sacred idea of the spoken word. Before sleep, your word becomes especially powerful because it is the final instruction given to the subconscious before it enters its deep work. So never end the day by cursing your life. Never fall asleep telling yourself that nothing works. Never give your subconscious the command of defeat and then wonder why morning feels heavy. End the day with a decree. End the day with blessing. End the day with release. End the day with gratitude. End the day with the truth. You may say, "I give thanks that divine order is now established in my life. I give thanks that every need is met in perfect ways. I give thanks that my mind is clear, my heart is peaceful, and my way is open. I give thanks that infinite intelligence works through me tonight. I give thanks that I wake with guidance, strength, prosperity, and right action." Let these words be the lamp at the threshold of sleep. Let them guard the gate of the subconscious. Let them replace old fear. Let them become the lullaby of faith. As you drift into rest, picture your life being arranged by divine hands. Not manipulated, not forced, arranged, like a beautiful pattern whose meaning is becoming clear. Every thread has its place. Every delay has its wisdom. Every meeting has its timing. Every closed door has its protection. Every open door has its blessing. Every right idea has its hour. There is no confusion in divine mind. There is no panic in infinite intelligence. There is no shortage in divine supply. There is no delay in spiritual law, only exactness. And as you surrender to this exactness, peace becomes natural. The soul stops demanding that life prove itself every minute. The heart stops looking at every appearance as a verdict. The mind stops needing to know the entire road before taking the next step. You begin to live from the beautiful certainty, "The way is made clear before me." Not always all at once, but step by step, light by light, word by word, door by door. Now, while your body rests tonight, allow the subconscious to receive this new order. Let it receive the truth that prosperity is not foreign to you. Let it receive the truth that divine supply is not exhausted. Let it receive the truth that your good is not dependent on one person, one place, one opportunity, or one condition. Let it receive the truth that intuition is guiding you. Let it receive the truth that your spoken word is creative. Let it receive the truth that gratitude multiplies good. Let it receive the truth that fear can be replaced with faith. Let it receive the truth that right action follows right consciousness. Let it receive the truth that miracles appear when the inner state changes. Sigh, my inner state is now changed by faith. My subconscious accepts divine truth. My life is being ordered from within. My words create peace, prosperity, wisdom, and right action. I am ready to receive the good prepared for me. Do not strain to believe. Let belief grow. Do not punish yourself for old fear. Let it dissolve. Do not demand instant proof. Let the law work. The seed is planted. The garden is alive. The river is flowing. The altar is burning. The wings are open. The door is opening inward. And tonight, as you sleep, divine intelligence is not absent. It is active in the unseen. It is touching places you cannot reach with human effort. It is softening what has been hard. It is correcting what has been confused. It is guiding what has been uncertain. It is opening what has been prepared. It is restoring what fear said was lost. Sleep now as one who is not abandoned. Sleep as one who is loved by infinite love. Sleep as one whose burdens have been placed upon the altar of spirit. Sleep as one whose subconscious is being filled with the word of abundance. Sleep as one whose life is under the law of divine order. And when you wake, do not rush immediately into the old story. Before touching the noise of the world, speak one word of faith. Before checking the outer condition, establish the inner condition. Before asking what went wrong, declare what is true. Sigh. This is a day of divine order. This is a day of right action. This is a day of perfect guidance. This is a day of visible supply. This is a day in which my good comes to me under grace, in perfect ways. Carry that word into the day. Let it walk with you. Let it guide your speech. Let it steady your choices. Let it protect your peace. And if fear tries to return, do not fight it with panic. Answer it with authority. Say, "You are not my law. Divine order is my law." If lack whispers, "There is not enough," answer. Divine supply is infinite and finds perfect channels. If doubt says, "Nothing is changing," answer. The unseen is already moving. If shame says, "You do not deserve good," answer. I receive by divine grace and use my good wisely. This is how the word becomes flesh in daily life. Not through one moment of inspiration, but through faithful agreement. Night after night, morning after morning, word after word, choice after choice. And gradually, then suddenly, the outer picture begins to reflect the inner command. You may find yourself meeting the right person. You may discover a new path of income. You may receive an answer that comes with perfect timing. You may feel courage where fear once lived. You may stop sabotaging your own good. You may begin to handle money with clarity and peace. You may feel guided to create, to serve, to speak, to organize, to forgive, to begin again. And through all of it, remember, the miracle is not only the money. The miracle is the consciousness that can receive money without fear. The miracle is not only the open door. The miracle is the faith that no longer collapses before a closed one. The miracle is not only the opportunity. The miracle is the inner readiness to recognize and accept it. The miracle is not only the provision. The miracle is the peace that knows provision is lawful, natural, and already moving. Tonight, your sleep becomes a sanctuary. Your word becomes a seed. Your faith becomes a key. Your gratitude becomes a magnet. Your surrender becomes a doorway. Your subconscious becomes a garden. Your life becomes the place where divine order demonstrates itself. And so, before this part ends, place one final declaration in the deepest chamber of your mind. I speak the word of faith, and divine order now opens my way. Say it again, slowly. I speak the word of faith, and divine order now opens my way. One more time, as if you are speaking to the whole unseen world. I speak the word of faith, and divine order now opens my way. Let this be the comment you write. Let it be the declaration you carry. Let it be the sentence your subconscious hears tonight. Let it be the spiritual command that replaces every old agreement with lack. For your word is creative. Your faith is active. Your good is not lost. Your supply is not withheld. Your path is not confused in divine mind. The way is being made clear before you. And while you rest, infinite intelligence works. Now, as you begin to float upon these invisible currents of divine supply, there comes a moment when you must make one of the most important inner decisions of your financial life. You must choose whether you will continue serving struggle or whether you will begin serving harmony. This may sound simple, but it is a profound spiritual turning point because many people do not realize that they have made struggle into a hidden religion. They believe that if something is hard, it must be valuable. They believe that if money comes through exhaustion, then it is honorable. They believe that if prosperity arrives with ease, it must be suspicious. They believe that if good comes naturally, they have not truly earned it. And so, unconsciously, they push away the very abundance they have prayed for. They ask for supply, but they only recognize it when it arrives wrapped in stress. They ask for opportunity, but they trust only the path that demands sacrifice. They ask for increase, but they feel guilty when increase comes with joy. This is one of the deepest errors in the old consciousness. It confuses suffering with worthiness. It confuses pressure with productivity. It confuses struggle with spiritual maturity. But divine law does not require you to suffer in order to receive. The sun does not demand that the flower suffer before it opens. The river does not demand that the valley prove itself before it is watered. The tree does not force its fruit by anxiety. It grows according to law. It receives according to law. It produces according to law. And so do you. When you are aligned with divine order, your actions may still be diligent, focused, disciplined, and responsible, but they are not poisoned by fear. They are not driven by panic. They are not performed as desperate attempts to prove that you deserve to live. This is the difference between hustle and harmony. Hustle says, I must force life to give me something. Harmony says, I move with divine intelligence and the right channels open. Hustle says, if I stop worrying, everything will fall apart. Harmony says, when I release fear, wisdom can guide me. Hustle says, the more I suffer, the more worthy I become. Harmony says, my worth is established in spirit and my work expresses that worth. Hustle says, money comes only through strain. Harmony says, supply comes through right action under grace. This does not mean you become idle. This does not mean you avoid responsibility. This does not mean you sit passively while expecting life to rearrange itself without your participation. No, it means you act from the right state. You work from alignment. You create from inspiration. You decide from wisdom. You serve from fullness. You give from overflow. You receive without guilt. You move in a way that does not betray your soul. This is working under grace. To work under grace is to be active without being frantic. It is to be practical without being fearful. It is to plan without worshiping the plan. It is to take action without making action your God. It is to understand that divine intelligence can accomplish through one right idea what worry could not accomplish through years of strain. When you work under grace, you may still have tasks to complete. You may still write the email. You may still make the call. You may still organize your finances. You may still improve your skill. You may still show up with excellence, but the inner atmosphere is different. You are not begging life to reward you. You are cooperating with divine order. You are not saying, I must make something happen or I am lost. You are saying, I am guided to the right action and my action is blessed. This shift changes everything. Instead of evaluating every opportunity by asking, how hard must I struggle for this? You begin asking, does this align with my highest good? Instead of choosing the path that requires the greatest self-abandonment, you begin choosing the path where your gifts, your peace, your wisdom, and your service can expand. Instead of assuming that the most painful road is the most righteous road, you begin to understand that divine order often comes with simplicity, clarity, and quiet certainty. You stop glorifying depletion. You stop honoring exhaustion as though it were holiness. You stop accepting unnecessary suffering as the price of abundance. And as this happens, the quality of your opportunities begins to change. When you operate from hustle consciousness, you often attract situations that match that consciousness. Maximum effort, minimum return, difficult people, unclear agreements, draining tasks, endless proving, and rewards that feel smaller than the life you poured into them. This is not punishment. It is correspondence. The outer mirrors the inner. If the inner command says, "I believe life must be difficult," then life will present you with difficult forms. If the inner command says, "I must suffer to deserve money," then money may appear only through suffering. If the inner command says, "I must be exhausted to be valuable," then you may unconsciously choose exhaustion again and again. But when you begin operating from harmony consciousness, the mirror changes. Clients may become easier to work with. Opportunities may become cleaner. Creative ideas may feel more natural. Income channels may become more sustainable. People may treat your time with greater respect. You may begin to recognize which offers are not aligned, even if they look profitable on the surface. You may begin to say no to money that costs too much of your peace. And this, too, is abundance. Because true prosperity is not merely more money, it is more life, more freedom, more peace, more dignity, more usefulness, more right expression, more alignment between your inner truth and your outer work. What good is money if the way you receive it destroys your health, silences your intuition, poisons your relationships, or makes you live in permanent fear? Divine prosperity does not ask you to lose your soul in order to gain supply. It teaches you to become a clear channel through which supply can move cleanly, wisely, generously, and beautifully. Say quietly, "I release the belief that abundance requires suffering. I release the belief that struggle proves my worth. I now work under grace in perfect ways. My right work is blessed. My right action is guided. My right compensation comes in divine order." Let these words settle deeply. They are not a rejection of effort. They are a purification of effort. They remove fear from work. They remove guilt from receiving. They remove strain from service. They allow you to step into the consciousness of graceful effectiveness. There is another old phrase that must be examined carefully. It is the phrase, "I earn it." Now, in ordinary speech, this phrase seems harmless. People use it every day. They say, "I earned my money. I earned this opportunity. I earned my place. I earned the right to receive." But spiritually, if this phrase is misunderstood, it can place the soul under a heavy law. It can imply that good must be justified by suffering. It can imply that supply is given only after enough labor, enough anxiety, enough self-denial, enough exhaustion. It can imply that money is a reward handed out by an external world to those who have performed acceptably. And beneath that belief, there is often fear. Fear that you are not enough. Fear that you have not done enough. Fear that if you rest, supply will stop. Fear that if good comes easily, it will be taken away. Fear that divine supply must be purchased with pain. But abundance, in spiritual law, is not a wage paid by a reluctant universe. It is not something infinite intelligence withholds until you prove yourself worthy. It is not a prize for self-punishment. Abundance is the natural movement of divine substance through prepared channels. Your work matters. Your service matters. Your excellence matters. Your discipline matters. But these are channels. They are not the source. The source is spirit. And when you understand this, work becomes free. You no longer work to beg for survival. You work to express divine ideas. You work to circulate value. You work to serve, create, organize, bless, build, teach, heal, help, inspire, and receive in right exchange. You do not work as a slave to money. You work as a steward of divine substance. This changes your entire relationship with income. You stop saying, "Money decides my worth." You begin saying, "Money is a servant of right use." You stop saying, "I must chase money." You begin saying, "I choose right channels for divine supply." You stop saying, I am at the mercy of circumstances. You begin saying, I move under grace, and divine order opens the way. This is a complete reversal. It places spirit back in the first position. It places money back in its proper position. Money is not your master. Money is not your judge. Money is not your identity. Money is not your security. Money is not your God. Money is a form, a channel, a tool, a servant, a temporary expression of value moving through the visible world. And when rightly understood, it can serve good. It can feed homes. It can support healing. It can create beauty. It can fund service. It can give time. It can open choices. It can relieve pressure. It can bless others. It can become a clean instrument when governed by a clean consciousness. But when money is misunderstood, it becomes surrounded by fear, guilt, shame, pride, greed, resentment, and spiritual confusion. Some fear money. Some worship money. Some chase it. Some reject it. Some feel guilty for wanting it. Some feel ashamed for not having it. Some think it is evil. Some think it is salvation. But money is none of these. Money is not evil. Money is not salvation. Money is not a personality. Money is not a temperamental ruler deciding who is worthy. Money is substance in circulation. It is energy taking form as exchange. It is value moving from one hand to another. It is one of the outer symbols through which supply can appear. And because it is a symbol, it must never be confused with the source. When you make money the source, you become afraid of it. When you make money the master, you become enslaved to it. When you make money the measure of your worth, you suffer whether you have much or little. But when you recognize infinite spirit as source, money becomes obedient. It becomes useful. It becomes free to come and go without ruling your soul. This is why you must name money rightly. Do not call it your master. Do not call it your enemy. Do not call it impossible. Do not call it dirty. Do not call it scarce. Do not call it more powerful than God. Call it what it is, a servant of divine good, a channel of supply, a tool for right use, a form of value, a symbol that obeys consciousness. Say with calm authority, money is not my master. Money is my obedient servant. Divine supply is my source. Money comes through perfect channels and serves divine purposes in my life. I use money wisely, peacefully, generously, and under grace. Feel the difference in those words. They do not tremble. They do not beg. They do not worship. They restore order. And order is power. When money is placed in its proper spiritual position, fear begins to dissolve. You stop asking, does money like me? You stop wondering, why does money avoid me? You stop treating money as though it were a moody personality that must be pleased, chased, or feared. Money does not have moods. It does not have personal opinions about you. It is not punishing you. It is not rejecting you. It is not testing your worth. It is responding to consciousness, value, order, circulation, and spiritual law. When consciousness is confused, the financial picture may become confused. When consciousness is fearful, money may seem unstable. When consciousness is ashamed, money may feel difficult to hold. When consciousness is resentful, channels may close. When consciousness is careless, money may scatter. But when consciousness is ordered, grateful, guided, and faithful, money begins to take its rightful place. It moves. It serves. It circulates. It returns. It supports. It obeys the higher command. This does not mean you ignore practical financial wisdom. Quite the opposite. When you understand money as a servant, you become a better steward. You stop being careless because you are no longer rebelling against money. You stop being fearful because you are no longer worshiping money. You stop being ashamed because you no longer confuse money with identity. You begin to direct it. You assign it. You bless it. You organize it. You give it purpose. You allow it to circulate in right ways. You receive it with gratitude. You release it without panic. You save it without fear. You spend it without guilt when the spending is guided. You give it without pride. You manage it without obsession. This is spiritual mastery in practical affairs. It is not vague. It is not airy. It is not detached from life. It touches the checkbook, the invoice, the contract, the budget, the gift, the purchase, the debt, the investment, the offering, the price, the service, the exchange. Divine order enters details. So when you sit before your finances, do not sit as a victim. Sit as a steward. Do not say, "This is hopeless." Say, "Divine order is now established here." Do not say, "I hate dealing with money." Say, "I bless this area of my life with clarity, wisdom, and peace." Do not say, "There is never enough." Say, "Infinite supply now reveals right channels, right ideas, and right action." Do not say, "I am afraid to look." Say, "I look with courage because divine intelligence guides me." This is how money becomes your servant. A servant must be directed. A servant must be given clear instruction. If you never look, never organize, never speak rightly, never listen for guidance, never act when prompted, then the servant has no clear assignment. But when you bring money into divine order, you are not worshiping it. You are governing it. You are saying, "This is not chaos. This is not fear. This is not shame. This is an area of my life under spiritual law, and divine law works here also." Now, let us speak of another powerful shift. You are not chasing. You are choosing. Say that slowly. I am not chasing. I am choosing. There is an entirely different vibration in these words. Chasing comes from fear. Choosing comes from authority. Chasing says, "My good is running away from me." Choosing says, "My good is available in divine order." Chasing says, "I must catch something before it disappears." Choosing says, "I am guided to select what belongs to my highest good." Chasing makes you frantic. Choosing makes you clear. Chasing lowers your standard. Choosing raises your discernment. Chasing makes you accept any offer because you fear no other will come. Choosing allows you to recognize that not every opportunity is your opportunity. This is one of the great lessons in abundance consciousness. Not every open door is divine order. Not every paying opportunity is right supply. Not every invitation is a blessing. Not every urgent request deserves your yes. Not every impressive path belongs to you. When you stop chasing, you begin discerning. You ask, "Does this align with peace? Does this honor my gifts? Does this require me to betray my intuition? Does this create true value? Does this support life? Does this feel expansive or constricting? Does this come with clarity or confusion? Does this bring divine order or more disorder?" These questions are not fear. They are wisdom. When you sit in the inner seat of spiritual authority, you no longer scramble for scraps of prosperity. You choose the channels through which your good may come. You choose thoughts that support your freedom. You choose words that bless your life. You choose actions that align with your faith. You choose relationships that honor your soul. You choose work that expresses your value. You choose to stop treating survival as your destiny. Sigh. I am not chasing abundance. I am choosing divine supply. I am not chasing opportunity. I am choosing right action. I am not chasing approval. I am choosing spiritual authority. I am not chasing money. I am choosing to let money serve divine good in my life. Let these words break the old pattern, for chasing exhausts the soul, and exhaustion is not a sign of alignment. If you have been chasing, do not condemn yourself. Simply stop, pause, breathe, return to the center, return to the inner throne, return to the awareness that your good is not running away. Your good is moving toward you as you move into alignment with it. There is a magnetic power in the consciousness of choosing. When you choose from fear, you pull in more fear. When you choose from scarcity, you accept less than divine order. When you choose from shame, you hide from your own good. But when you choose from faith, something in the invisible responds. You become easier for your good to find. You become more recognizable to right opportunities. You become less available to confusion. You become less impressed by appearances that once intimidated you. This is why spiritual authority must be cultivated, not with arrogance, not with harshness, not with superiority, but with calm certainty. The kind of certainty that says, I know who my source is. I know my word has power. I know divine order is working. I know my good is not dependent upon fear. I know the right channel can open at the right time. I know I am guided. I know I am supplied. This certainty is not loud. It is deep. It does not need to argue. It does not need to convince everyone. It does not panic when appearances shift. It stands quietly in the law. And from this state, your spoken word becomes stronger. You no longer speak abundance as a wish. You speak it as spiritual direction. You no longer say, I hope something good happens. You say, divine order now opens the right way. You no longer say, please let money come. You say, divine supply now flows through perfect channels. You no longer say, I am afraid I will not have enough. You say, infinite intelligence knows every need and provides in right ways. This is not arrogance. This is alignment. This is the difference between begging and decreeing. Begging assumes separation. Decreeing assumes union with divine law. Begging speaks from fear. Decreeing speaks from faith. Begging says, maybe I am forgotten. Decreeing says, I am included in divine supply. Now, be careful with this truth. Do not use the spoken word as a weapon of impatience. Do not command from ego. Do not demand from vanity. Do not try to manipulate life or control others through spiritual language. The true decree is always aligned with divine order and the highest good. It does not violate another. It does not come from greed. It does not come from revenge. It does not come from fear, wearing spiritual clothing. The true decree says, let the right good come. Let the right channel open. Let the right action be revealed. Let the right exchange be made. Let divine order govern all. This is why the purest prosperity affirmations are not frantic. They are clean. They are lawful. They are peaceful. Sigh. I now receive the abundance that belongs to me by divine order. I command my thoughts to align with faith. I command my words to bless my life. I command my actions to follow wisdom. I command money to serve divine good, and I release all fear. Notice that you are not trying to dominate people. You are governing your own consciousness. You are calling your own mind into order. You are directing your own words. You are placing money beneath spiritual authority. And when your inner government is established, the outer world begins to respond. Many financial problems begin as inner disorder. Not all, but many. A divided mind creates divided action. A fearful word creates fearful choices. An ashamed consciousness avoids clarity. A resentful heart blocks circulation. A panicked imagination multiplies danger. But when divine order enters consciousness, the practical world begins to clear. You may feel guided to make a budget. You may feel guided to raise your prices. You may feel guided to stop lending money from guilt. You may feel guided to complete unfinished work. You may feel guided to learn a new skill. You may feel guided to forgive someone, not to excuse them, but to free your own energy. You may feel guided to change environments. You may feel guided to rest. You may feel guided to begin again. These actions may look ordinary, but when they arise from divine order, they carry power. They are not random efforts. They are appointed movements. And one right movement under grace can open more than 100 anxious actions taken from fear. So tonight, as you prepare for sleep, stop asking the old question, how much must I struggle to receive? Ask a higher question. How can I align with divine order and take the next right action? Stop asking, how can I chase money? Ask, how can I let divine supply move through clean, joyful, useful channels? Stop asking, what must I prove? Ask, what must I release? Stop asking, what if I fail? Ask, what is Spirit guiding me to do now? These questions open the mind. They soften the soil. They invite guidance. They shift the subconscious from panic into receptivity. And as the subconscious receives them before sleep, it begins to search for answers during the night. It begins to open inner files of wisdom. It begins to connect ideas. It begins to notice opportunities. It begins to prepare the waking mind to recognize guidance when morning comes. Now, let your final words before sleep be words of harmony, not hustle. Speak them slowly. I work under grace, not under pressure. I receive through divine order, not through fear. I choose right channels, right action, and right timing. Money is my obedient servant, and divine supply is my source. I do not chase. I choose. I do not force. I flow. I do not beg. I declare. I do not fear. I trust. Let these words become the atmosphere of your night. Let them replace old commands. Let them teach the subconscious a new relationship with wealth. Let them purify the meaning of work. Let them restore money to its rightful place. Let them lift you out of chasing and into choosing, for this is the beginning of financial dignity. Not pride, not superiority, not indifference, but dignity. The dignity of one who knows that life is not a battlefield of lack, but a field of divine law. The dignity of one who can work beautifully without fear, receive gracefully without guilt, give wisely without pride, spend consciously without panic, save peacefully without hoarding, and sleep deeply without carrying the whole world alone. Tonight, let your soul remember, you are not here to serve money. Money is here to serve divine good. You are not here to worship struggle. You are here to express divine order. You are not here to chase supply. You are here to align with the source. You are not here to live in fear. You are here to speak the word of faith and let the law work. And while you sleep, the old agreement with hardship begins to dissolve. The belief that money must hurt begins to fade. The memory of chasing begins to weaken. The subconscious receives the new command. Harmony is my way. Grace is my method. Divine supply is my source. Right action is my path. Peace is my proof. And as this command sinks deep into the fertile soil of the night, something in your financial life begins to rearrange itself. The right work moves closer. The wrong work loses its hold. The right people become clearer. The wrong channels become easier to release. The old fear becomes less convincing. The new faith becomes more natural. And money, no longer feared, worshipped, or chased, begins to take its proper place as an obedient servant in the house of divine order. Sleep with this knowing. Rest in this authority. Let the river carry you. Let the wings lift you. Let the word guide you. Let divine intelligence work through the night. And when morning comes, rise not as one who must chase the world, but as one who chooses from the calm seat of spiritual authority. Rise and say, I work under grace today. I choose harmony over hustle. I choose divine supply over fear. I choose right action over anxious effort. I choose to let money serve the good that Spirit is expressing through me. And so it is. Now that money has been restored to its rightful place as servant and not master, you are ready to understand the deeper law that governs this relationship. It is the law of the spoken word, not the word spoken carelessly, not the word spoken in panic, not the word repeated outwardly while the heart is secretly bowing to fear, but the word spoken from inner agreement, the word spoken from spiritual authority, the word spoken from the quiet throne of faith within you. There is a great difference between saying words and speaking the word. Anyone can say words. Anyone can repeat a sentence. Anyone can memorize an affirmation. But to speak the word is to release a command from a consciousness that has accepted divine truth. It is to speak not as one hoping to be rescued, but as one remembering spiritual law. It is to speak not from desperation, but from alignment. It is to speak not against outer appearances with nervous force, but from the calm certainty that appearances are temporary and divine law is supreme. This is why tone matters. This is why feeling matters. This is why inner conviction matters. A person may say, "I am abundant," while trembling with fear that nothing will change. The words are correct, but the inner command is confused. A person may say, "Money comes to me easily," while secretly believing that money is dangerous, difficult, or impossible to keep. The phrase is positive, but the deeper impression is still divided. A person may say, "Divine supply is my source," and then spend the next hour speaking as though one job, one client, one account, or one person has total power over their destiny. The subconscious does not only receive the sentence, it receives the state behind the sentence. It hears the vibration beneath the voice. It feels the hidden agreement behind the declaration. Therefore, when you speak, speak slowly. Speak consciously. Speak as one who is giving spiritual direction. Do not throw affirmations into the air as though they were wishful decorations. Let every word be clothed with faith. Let every sentence arise from the center of your being. Let the heart, the voice, the imagination, and the expectation come into one accord. This inner unity gives the spoken word power. And when the word is spoken from unity, something begins to move. The invisible begins to answer. The subconscious receives clear instruction. The body relaxes into safety. The mind begins to expect good. The imagination begins to show you possible doors. The outer world begins to rearrange through channels you could not have planned. This is not superstition. This is the practical action of consciousness. The word impresses the subconscious. The subconscious shapes perception. Perception influences decision. Decision guides action. Action opens channels. And through these channels, divine supply appears in visible form. So never underestimate one word spoken in faith. One true sentence can interrupt years of fear. One clear declaration can begin dissolving an old financial pattern. One calm command can restore order to an area of life that has been ruled by anxiety. One statement of divine truth, spoken consistently and believed deeply, can become the seed of a new reality. Say now, "Money is not my master. Money is my obedient servant. Divine supply is my source. My word is aligned with faith. My mind is aligned with divine order. My actions are aligned with right guidance." Let these words descend into the subconscious. Do not push them. Do not strain. Let them settle. The word of truth does not need violence. It carries its own authority. When you speak, "Money is my obedient servant," you are not worshiping money. You are removing it from the throne it never had the right to occupy. When you speak, "Divine supply is my source," you are not denying practical channels. You are placing those channels in their proper order. When you speak, "My actions are aligned with right guidance," you are not refusing responsibility. You are choosing responsibility under grace instead of responsibility under fear. This shift changes how you handle daily financial life. Your bills no longer appear as enemies. They become opportunities to establish divine order. Your bank account no longer becomes a judge of your worth. It becomes a temporary tool that can be blessed, organized, directed, and improved. Your work no longer becomes a desperate attempt to survive. It becomes a channel through which value, service, creativity, and supply may circulate. Your spending no longer has to be filled with guilt. It can become conscious, guided, wise, and peaceful. Your receiving no longer has to be filled with shame. It can become natural, grateful, and orderly. This is financial transformation at the level of consciousness. Many people believe a financial miracle means only that more money appears, but a deeper miracle occurs when your relationship with money is healed. When you can look at money without fear, receive money without guilt, use money without confusion, give money without pride, save money without panic, spend money without unconscious emptiness, direct money without worshiping it. Then money becomes clean in your experience. It becomes an instrument. It becomes a servant. It becomes a form of circulation, not a source of bondage. And as you become clearer, money begins to respond to clearer instruction. Imagine a household where no one gives direction, no order, no system, no blessing, no clear purpose. Everything becomes scattered. Now imagine a household where every servant knows the assignment. Everything has a place. Everything has a purpose. Everything is governed by wisdom. This is what happens inwardly when you bring money under divine order. You stop allowing fear to give the orders. You stop allowing shame to hide the truth. You stop allowing panic to make decisions. You stop allowing resentment to block circulation. You stop allowing carelessness to scatter supply. You become the steward. You stand in the center of your financial life and say, "This area of my life is now governed by divine wisdom. This money is blessed. This income is blessed. These obligations are blessed. These decisions are blessed. These channels are blessed. Every dollar, every payment, every exchange, every account, every idea, every opportunity now comes under divine order." This is not merely a pleasant statement. It is spiritual administration. You are bringing the visible world into alignment with invisible law. And when you do this consistently, your practical decisions become clearer. Perhaps you will be guided to cancel something that drains your resources. Perhaps you will be guided to organize records you have avoided. Perhaps you will be guided to create a new offer, a new service, a new product, a new plan. Perhaps you will be guided to ask for proper compensation. Perhaps you will be guided to stop giving your energy where it is not honored. Perhaps you will be guided to forgive someone connected to a financial wound, so that your own prosperity is no longer tied to old resentment. Perhaps you will be guided to rest, because exhaustion has been causing wasteful choices. These may seem like ordinary actions, but when they are born from divine order, they carry power. Do not wait only for dramatic miracles. Recognize the quiet ones. A new decision can be a miracle. A clear conversation can be a miracle. A corrected habit can be a miracle. A peaceful look at your finances can be a miracle. A word spoken without fear can be a miracle. A night of sleep without anxiety can be a miracle. These are signs that money has begun to lose its false authority and spiritual law has begun to rule. Now, there is another point you must understand. Money responds not only to command, but to circulation. Money that is feared often becomes stagnant. Money that is hoarded from terror becomes heavy. Money that is spent from emptiness becomes scattered. Money that is given from pride becomes spiritually confused. Money that is received with shame becomes difficult to hold. But money that is blessed, directed, received gratefully, used wisely, and circulated under grace becomes lighter. It moves in harmony. It serves. It returns through right channels. This is why your inner attitude toward money must be purified. Bless money when it comes. Bless money when it goes. Bless the bill that is paid. Bless the hand that receives. Bless the work that earns. Bless the idea that creates. Bless the customer, the client, the employer, the partner, the buyer, the seller, the giver, and the receiver. Bless the visible channel, but do not worship it. Bless the exchange, but do not cling to it. Bless the increase, but do not become proud. Bless the decrease, but do not become afraid. Bless circulation itself. Sigh. All money that comes to me is blessed. All money that goes from me is blessed. It circulates under grace and returns in perfect ways. I use money wisely. I receive money gratefully. I release money peacefully. I direct money by divine wisdom. When you speak this way, your subconscious receives a new financial atmosphere. Money is no longer surrounded by alarm. It is surrounded by order. It is no longer associated with shame. It is associated with stewardship. It is no longer treated as the source of life. It is treated as a useful form through which divine supply may appear. And from this place, financial decisions begin to lose their emotional violence. You can look at what is. You can take practical steps. You can make adjustments. You can ask for guidance. You can act without collapse. This is very important. Spiritual prosperity is not denial. It does not say, I will pretend the bill is not there. It says, this bill is not greater than divine supply. It does not say, I will ignore the numbers. It says, I will look at the numbers with divine wisdom. It does not say, I will do nothing. It says, I will take the next right action without fear. It does not say, money does not matter. It says, money matters in its proper place, but it does not rule my soul. This is mature abundance consciousness. It is practical and mystical. It is faithful and responsible. It is calm and active. It stands in spiritual law while still handling earthly affairs with wisdom. Now let us speak of instant manifestation. This phrase is often misunderstood. Many people hear it and imagine that every desire must appear immediately in the exact form the ego demands. But true instant manifestation begins first as instant realignment. The moment you speak the true word with faith, something changes instantly within. Fear loses some authority. The subconscious receives a new command. The body softens. The imagination opens. The mind begins searching for evidence of good instead of evidence of doom. The spiritual atmosphere shifts. This inner shift may then produce an outer event quickly, sometimes in surprising ways. A message, a call, an idea, an unexpected payment, a sudden solution, a change in another person's attitude, a new opportunity, a peaceful decision that prevents further loss. But even when the outer form takes time, the manifestation has already begun because the inner command has changed. Do not measure spiritual law only by the speed of the visible result. A seed planted today may produce roots tonight, a stem tomorrow, and fruit in its season. If you judge too soon, you may call the seed dead while it is secretly growing. Faith understands timing. Faith does not panic because the fruit is not visible the moment the seed enters the soil. Faith says, the law is working. The seed is alive. The roots are forming. The way is opening. Divine order is exact. This is how to maintain authority when appearances seem to contradict your declaration. Suppose you speak, divine supply is my source, and the next day you still see the same number in your bank account. Do not say, it did not work. Say, the word is working in the unseen. Suppose you speak, the right door opens, and an old door closes. Do not say, I have lost my good. Say, divine order is removing what is not mine. Suppose you speak, money serves divine good, and an expense appears. Do not panic. Say, this too is brought under divine order. The perfect supply is provided. Suppose fear rises after you affirm faith. Do not condemn yourself. Say, this fear is leaving my system. It has no law over me. This is how you protect the word. You do not allow appearances to bully you back into the old state. You do not let one temporary condition cancel the spiritual command. You do not dig up the seed because the surface of the soil still looks unchanged. You stand calmly, faithfully, quietly. You stand in the word. This standing is powerful. It is not stubbornness. It is spiritual consistency. It is the discipline of refusing to return to the old agreement with lack. The world may ask, but what do you see? Faith answers, I see divine order moving. The senses may ask, where is the proof? Faith answers, the proof is forming. Fear may ask, what if nothing changes? Faith answers, my consciousness has changed, and life must follow the inner pattern. This is not fantasy. This is the discipline of spiritual causation. Now, before sleep, practice speaking not from fear, but from command. Let the voice be soft, but certain. Let the words be simple, but full. Sigh. Money, you are a servant of divine good in my life. You come through perfect channels. You circulate in perfect order. You support right work, right living, right giving, and right freedom. You do not rule me. You serve the divine plan expressing through me. Divine supply is my source, and every need is met under grace. Feel the authority in that. It is not harsh. It is not greedy. It is not anxious. It is clean. It is ordered. It places everything where it belongs. Now speak to your own mind. Mind, be still. You are not here to repeat fear. You are here to receive divine truth. You are not here to imagine disaster. You are here to picture divine order. You are not here to bow before lack. You are here to agree with abundance. Now, speak to your heart. Heart, rest. You are safe in divine love. You do not need to carry tomorrow tonight. You do not need to solve everything through worry. You may trust infinite intelligence. Now speak to your subconscious. Subconscious mind, receive the word of faith. Receive the pattern of abundance. Receive the truth of divine supply. Receive the command of right action. Receive the peace of divine order. And now speak to the night. This night is blessed. This sleep is blessed. This rest is blessed. This inner work is blessed. While I sleep, divine intelligence works. While I rest, my good moves into form. While I surrender, the way is made clear. Let this be your nightly practice, not as a ritual of fear, but as a holy habit of alignment. Each night, you restore order. Each night, you bless money into its proper place. Each night, you release the burden. Each night, you impress the subconscious. Each night, you speak to the invisible with faith. And gradually, the old emotional charge around money dissolves. You no longer feel that every bill is an attack. You no longer feel that every expense is a threat. You no longer feel that every delay is rejection. You no longer feel that every number is a judgment. You begin to walk through financial life with a new poise, a calm poise, a royal poise, not because you have conquered the world by force, but because you have restored spiritual order within. This poise becomes magnetic. People feel it. Opportunities respond to it. Your decisions carry it. Your voice expresses it. Your presence begins to communicate abundance before you speak. This is the fragrance of prosperity consciousness. Not loud display, not arrogance, not pretending, but a quiet, unmistakable atmosphere of one who knows. I am supplied. I am guided. I am under divine order. I do not chase. I direct. I do not fear. I bless. I do not serve money. Money serves divine good through me. As this atmosphere strengthens, resources begin to align, doors begin to open, synchronicities begin to multiply. But even more importantly, you begin to recognize them. That is the part many people miss. Divine supply may have been attempting to reach them for years, but fear made them blind to the channel. A person offered help, but pride rejected it. An idea appeared, but self-doubt dismissed it. A door opened, but fear said it was too risky. A relationship was sent, but old wounds made it difficult to trust. A small opportunity came, but impatience despised it. When consciousness changes, recognition changes. You begin to see good where you once saw inconvenience. You begin to see guidance where you once saw delay. You begin to see preparation where you once saw failure. You begin to see opportunity where you once saw responsibility. You begin to see divine order where you once saw chaos. This is awakening rich in consciousness. It means the world is no longer interpreted through lack. It means your eyes have been washed in faith. It means you can recognize supply even before it becomes money. You recognize supply as an idea, supply as time, supply as wisdom, supply as rest, supply as a corrected habit, supply as a helpful person, supply as a closed door, supply as courage, supply as peace, supply as a new standard, supply as the ability to begin again. And because you recognize supply in its subtle forms, you become ready to receive it in visible forms. This is the proper order. Recognition precedes expansion. Gratitude precedes multiplication. Faith precedes demonstration. Order precedes increase. The word precedes the form. So tonight, do not wait for money to appear before you become rich in consciousness. Become rich in consciousness now. Rich in faith, rich in gratitude, rich in right words, rich in divine ideas, rich in self-respect, rich in peace, rich in expectancy, rich in the knowledge that your good is not lost. Then the outer forms will have a place to land. Sigh, I am rich in consciousness now. I am rich in divine ideas. I am rich in gratitude. I am rich in guidance. I am rich in peace. I am rich in right action. I am rich in divine supply. My outer world now reflects my inner abundance in perfect order. Let this be the final instruction to your subconscious tonight. Not fear, not lack, not shame, not pressure, but spiritual authority. Money is servant. Spirit is source. The word is creative. Faith is law. Divine order governs all. And while you sleep, this new command moves into the hidden places of your being, correcting, cleansing, arranging, and preparing the visible world to match the truth now established within. Now, as this new command settles into the hidden places of your being, something beautiful begins to happen while you sleep. It is as though a golden rain begins to fall through consciousness. Not rain from the outer sky, not rain that wets the earth, but a fine, luminous rain of divine truth descending through every layer of the mind, the heart, the body, and the subconscious. It falls upon old fear. It falls upon old financial memories. It falls upon the places where shame once lived. It falls upon the nervous system that has been trained to brace itself before every bill, every deadline, every uncertain tomorrow. And everywhere this golden rain touches, it begins to cleanse, soften, and renew. It washes away the false belief that you are alone. It dissolves the harsh impression that supply is always distant. It loosens the hidden agreement that money must come through pain. It refreshes the places in you that have grown tired from trying to figure everything out with the conscious mind alone. Let this image enter you slowly. You are lying in peace. Your body is resting. Your breathing is calm. The outer world is quiet. And through the unseen chamber of your soul, golden rain is falling. Every drop carries a word of divine order. Every drop carries a frequency of supply. Every drop carries a reminder from infinite intelligence. You are guided. You are provided for. You are not outside the law of good. Your way is being made clear. This golden rain does not force transformation. It nourishes it. It does not attack fear. It dissolves fear by introducing a higher truth. It does not shame the old consciousness. It simply replaces it with light. And this is how divine law works most beautifully. It does not need violence. It does not need strain. It does not need frantic effort. Truth enters, and error begins to disappear. Light enters, and darkness loses its place. Faith enters, and fear no longer has the same authority. As this golden rain falls throughout the long hours of the night, it begins to rewrite the atmosphere of your inner world. You may not be aware of the full work while it is happening. You may simply sleep. You may dream. You may move between deep rest and soft awareness. But beneath the surface, the subconscious is receiving. The emotional body is releasing. The nervous system is recalibrating. The imagination is being cleansed. The inner picture of your life is changing. This is why the morning after sacred sleep is so important. You do not awaken from such a night in quite the same way. Even before the mind begins thinking, something has shifted. Before you remember your tasks, before you check your messages, before you step back into the demands of the world, there may be a subtle feeling of newness, a lightness, a quiet expectancy, a sense that the day is not merely repeating yesterday. This is the beginning of awakening rich in consciousness. Not rich merely because money has appeared in the outer world, but rich because the inner state has changed. Rich because you are no longer beginning the day from spiritual poverty. Rich because you are no longer opening your eyes as one abandoned by supply. Rich because you are no longer allowing the first breath of the morning to be captured by anxiety. You are waking in a new atmosphere. An atmosphere where divine supply is as natural as the air around you. An atmosphere where guidance is expected. An atmosphere where opportunity is possible. An atmosphere where the good that belongs to you is no longer treated as far away. When you wake rich in consciousness, the first thought is not, "What is wrong?" The first thought becomes, "Divine order is here." The first feeling is not panic, it is quiet readiness. The first movement is not reaching for the old fear, it is reaching inward for guidance. This is why you must guard the first moments of morning. They are sacred. The subconscious is still open. The impressions of the night are still fresh. The golden rain is still shining in the inner atmosphere. Do not immediately throw yourself into the noise of the world. Do not rush to check every message before establishing your spiritual position. Do not let another person's urgency become the first command of your day. Do not let the bank account, the inbox, the news, or the outer appearance tell you who you are before divine truth has spoken. Begin the morning from within. Before you rise fully, say, "This day is ordered by divine intelligence. This day is supplied by infinite spirit. This day brings right ideas, right people, right timing, and right action. I walk in faith. I speak with authority. I receive my good under grace." Let these words be the golden gate through which you enter the day. If you do this consistently, your mornings begin to carry a different power. You stop waking as a servant of yesterday's problems. You begin waking as a conscious participant in divine order. You stop asking the outer world for permission to be peaceful. You establish peace first. You stop waiting for circumstances to prove supply. You claim supply in consciousness first. And then, from this new state, you meet the day differently. This is what creates manifestation momentum. Manifestation momentum is the movement that begins when your inner state is no longer fighting your desired good. It is the steady current created when your thoughts, words, feelings, expectations, and actions begin moving in the same direction. For many years, a person may desire abundance while fearing abundance. They may pray for increase while expecting loss. They may ask for opportunities while hiding from visibility. They may want money while feeling guilty for receiving. They may want a new life while repeating the old identity every morning. This creates inner friction. The soul says yes. The fear says no. The mouth speaks faith. The imagination rehearses defeat. The desire moves forward. The belief pulls backward. But when sleep has softened the old patterns, when golden rain has cleansed the inner field, when the word has been planted deeply, the friction begins to lessen. The inner being becomes more unified. Your yes becomes cleaner. Your faith becomes steadier. Your imagination becomes brighter. Your body becomes less resistant to receiving. Your actions become more natural. And this unity creates momentum. You do not have to force every step. The next step begins to reveal itself. You do not have to chase every opportunity. The right opportunity becomes easier to recognize. You do not have to argue with every fear. Some fears simply lose their strength. You do not have to push yourself into artificial confidence. A deeper confidence begins to rise from within. This is why inner richness must come before outer richness. Outer richness without inner order can create more fear. Outer increase without inner worthiness can create sabotage. Outer opportunity without inner guidance can create confusion. But when consciousness becomes rich first, the outer good has a stable place to land. Sigh, I awaken rich in consciousness. I awaken rich in divine ideas. I awaken rich in guidance. I awaken rich in peace. I awaken rich in gratitude. I awaken rich in right action. I awaken rich in divine supply. Let this become your morning identity. Not, I am behind. Not, I am afraid. Not, I do not know what to do. Not, nothing ever changes. But, I awaken rich in consciousness. This is a powerful phrase Because consciousness is the pattern from which the outer form is built. A rich consciousness sees possibility. A poor consciousness sees only threat. A rich consciousness recognizes supply in many forms. A poor consciousness only recognizes lack. A rich consciousness blesses the small beginning. A poor consciousness despises it because it is not yet the full harvest. A rich consciousness asks, "What is the right action?" A poor consciousness asks, "Why is life against me?" A rich consciousness gives thanks before the appearance. A poor consciousness withholds gratitude until every condition obeys first. But gratitude withheld becomes a closed gate. Gratitude offered becomes an open one. So, when you wake, give thanks immediately. Not only for what has appeared, give thanks for what is forming. Give thanks for what has been corrected in the unseen. Give thanks for the burdens that were dissolved in the night. Give thanks for the ideas not yet consciously known. Give thanks for the money that is moving through channels still hidden from view. Give thanks for the people being aligned. Give thanks for the doors being prepared. Give thanks for the strength to take the next right action. Gratitude is not a weak emotion. It is spiritual recognition. It says, "I see good before the senses confirm it." It says, "I trust divine order more than temporary appearances." It says, "I know the seed is alive beneath the soil." Now, as this awakened consciousness continues to grow, something else begins to happen. Your dreams may change. This does not mean every dream will be dramatic. It does not mean every dream must be interpreted as a prophecy. But as the subconscious is re-educated, dreams often become part of the cleansing and guidance process. Some dreams release old fear. Some dreams show you patterns you are ready to outgrow. Some dreams bring symbols of doors, keys, water, light, houses, roads, bridges, or money. Some dreams may reveal unfinished emotional business. Some may bring the feeling of receiving, flying, walking through a new place, or meeting someone who gives you a message. Do not become superstitious about dreams. Do not give fear authority because of a strange image, but do become attentive. The dream world often speaks in symbols because the subconscious speaks in images. A house may represent your inner state. A road may represent your path. Water may represent emotion or flow. A door may represent opportunity. A key may represent access. Light may represent understanding. A lost object may represent a forgotten gift. A child may represent a new beginning. Money may represent value, exchange, power, or self-worth. If you wake from a dream with peace, note it. If you wake with a strong feeling, ask inwardly, "What is divine intelligence showing me?" If you wake from an unsettling dream, do not panic. Bless it and say, "All fear is dissolved. Only divine truth remains. My subconscious is being cleansed. Divine order governs my dreams, my sleep, and my waking life." Sometimes a dream is not a prediction. It is a release. The subconscious may be emptying old images so they no longer rule from the dark. Do not mistake the cleansing for the condition. When dust is stirred during cleaning, the room is not becoming dirtier. It is being purified. In the same way, old fears may rise briefly as they leave. Old financial memories may appear so they can be dissolved. Old shame may surface so it can be blessed and released. Do not cling to what is leaving. Do not build a new fear around an old image being cleared. Simply say, "This is leaving me now. The old pattern is dissolving. The golden rain of divine truth cleanses my subconscious. I am free to receive a new order." Then return to faith. The more you work with sleep as a sacred chamber, the more your dreams may become organized around guidance rather than fear. You may receive an idea in a dream. You may see a symbol that gives you courage. You may awaken with a phrase that feels charged with meaning. You may wake knowing what step to take. You may wake knowing what step not to take. Both are guidance. Sometimes divine order leads by opening. Sometimes it leads by restraining. Sometimes the most prosperous action is to move. Sometimes the most prosperous action is to wait. Sometimes abundance comes through accepting. Sometimes it comes through releasing. Sometimes increase comes through saying yes. Sometimes increase begins when you finally say no. This is why intuition must be honored. The sleeping state prepares the inner ear to hear, but the waking state must obey. If you receive guidance and ignore it again and again, the mind becomes noisy. If you receive a nudge and dismiss it because it is not dramatic, the path may feel unclear. If you ask for divine direction but refuse every small instruction, you delay the larger opening. Guidance often begins with simple obedience. Clean this space. Write this idea down. Call this person. Stop speaking that sentence. Review this account. Rest today. Finish what you started. Raise your standard. Do not enter that agreement. Send the message. Begin again. Forgive and move on. These may not appear mystical, but divine intelligence often enters life through practical doors. A sacred idea may wear ordinary clothing. A miracle may begin as an organized desk, a corrected schedule, a completed task, a brave conversation, or a peaceful decision. Do not despise practical guidance because it does not look supernatural. The supernatural often moves through the natural when the natural is brought under divine order. Sigh. I honor simple guidance. I obey the peaceful nudge. I recognize divine intelligence in practical action. I do not delay my good through disobedience to small wisdom. The next right step is clear, and I take it in faith. This is how the night and the day begin to work together. At night, the subconscious receives. In the morning, the conscious mind cooperates. At night, divine truth is planted. In the day, right action waters the seed. At night, fear is dissolved. In the day, you refuse to rebuild it. At night, divine order is impressed. In the day, you live as though divine order is real. This cooperation is essential. Some people want the night to do all the work while the day continues in old speech, old habits, old avoidance, old panic, and old self-betrayal. But sacred sleep programming is not meant to replace right living. It is meant to empower right living. It gives the subconscious a new pattern so that the waking person can move with greater clarity, courage, and peace. When you wake rich in consciousness, do not betray that richness by speaking poverty over your life. When you wake guided, do not say, I am lost. When you wake peaceful, do not rush to find a reason to be afraid. When you wake with an idea, do not bury it under doubt. Write it down, pray over it, bless it, take one appropriate step. This is how manifestation momentum grows. A word becomes a thought becomes a feeling becomes an expectation becomes a decision becomes an action becomes a channel becomes supply, and supply becomes visible proof of the invisible law. Now, understand this carefully. Not every manifestation arrives as money first. Sometimes the first manifestation is clarity. Sometimes it is emotional relief. Sometimes it is the release of a toxic agreement. Sometimes it is an opportunity to serve more fully. Sometimes it is the courage to stop leaking energy. Sometimes it is a correction. Sometimes it is a new perception. Sometimes it is the sudden understanding that you have been trying to force a door that divine intelligence never intended you to enter. Do not reject the form because it does not look like cash immediately. A corrected thought can save money. A peaceful no can protect money. A wise delay can multiply money. A new idea can create money. A restored body can help you earn money. A healed self-worth can help you receive money. A cleansed relationship can stop draining money. A new standard can attract better money. A guided action can become the channel through which money comes. Divine supply is larger than currency. Currency is one expression. Supply also appears as time, health, wisdom, courage, creativity, support, protection, order, and divine timing. When you recognize supply in all forms, you stop rejecting the early stages of your good. You stop saying, nothing happened, when in truth your entire consciousness has shifted. You stop saying, I only received an idea, when the idea may contain the seed of a new income stream. You stop saying, I only felt peace, when peace may prevent a fearful decision that would have cost you dearly. You stop saying, I only had clarity, when clarity may be the key that opens the next door. Bless every form of supply. Bless the visible. Bless the invisible. Bless the small. Bless the growing. Bless the seed. Bless the harvest. Bless the idea. Bless the money. Bless the guidance. Bless the timing. Bless the correction. Bless the release. Bless the rest. Bless the new beginning. Sigh. I recognize supply in every form. I bless the small beginning. I give thanks for visible and invisible good. I do not limit divine supply to one channel. I am open to the perfect form of my good. As this blessing consciousness grows, your presence begins to change. People may not know exactly what is different, but they feel it. You carry less desperation. You speak with more peace. You listen more clearly. You make decisions with less fear. You no longer enter every room asking silently, will I be rejected? Will I be enough? Will there be enough? Instead, your energy says, I am guided. I am supplied. I bring value. I receive value. I move under divine order. This presence is magnetic, not because you are trying to manipulate anyone, not because you are performing confidence, but because the inner conflict has begun to dissolve. A unified consciousness has power. A peaceful person sees what an anxious person misses. A grateful person recognizes what a resentful person overlooks. A guided person moves where a fearful person freezes. A person rich in consciousness can receive opportunities without immediately destroying them with doubt. This is why people may begin responding differently to you. They may trust your clarity. They may sense your steadiness. They may offer help. They may bring opportunities. They may remember your name at the right time. They may feel drawn to your work, your voice, your service, your ideas. And because your consciousness has changed, you can receive without suspicion. You can listen without shrinking. You can act without panic. You can accept good without guilt. This is a great sign of transformation. When good comes, you no longer immediately ask, what will go wrong? You say, thank you. I receive this under divine order. When someone blesses you, you do not deflect it. You say, thank you, I receive. When an opportunity appears, you do not assume it is too good for you. You ask, is this mine by divine order? When money comes, you do not fear losing it before you have even held it. You bless it, direct it, and let it serve. This is receiving consciousness. And receiving consciousness is essential to abundance. Many people are better at asking than receiving. They pray for good, then resist it when it appears. They ask for help, then feel ashamed when help comes. They ask for prosperity, then feel guilty when money arrives. They ask for opportunity, then feel afraid of being visible. They ask for love, then distrust kindness. They ask for rest, then punish themselves for not struggling. This must be healed. You must become willing to receive, not greedily, not carelessly, not arrogantly, but naturally, gratefully, peacefully. Sigh, I am willing to receive my good. I receive without fear. I receive without guilt. I receive without shame. I receive under grace, in perfect ways. I use my good wisely, and bless others through my overflow. Let these words reach the places that once rejected blessing. Let them soften the old guilt. Let them cleanse the old unworthiness. Let them teach the subconscious that receiving is safe, for what you cannot receive, you cannot keep, and what you feel guilty receiving, you may unconsciously push away. So tonight, let the golden rain fall upon your capacity to receive. Let it widen your inner vessel. Let it heal the belief that you must struggle before you are allowed to be blessed. Let it remove the fear that prosperity will make you selfish, unsafe, rejected, or judged. Let it restore the spiritual truth. Good received under divine order becomes good multiplied. When your heart is right, receiving does not shrink you. It expands your usefulness. It gives you more to circulate, more to create, more to share, more to stabilize, more to bless, more to express, more to become. Now, as you prepare for another sacred night, imagine yourself once again beneath the golden rain. But this time, see the rain not only cleansing you, see it filling you. Your mind fills with clear ideas. Your heart fills with calm gratitude. Your body fills with safety. Your hands fill with right work. Your path fills with right timing. Your home fills with peace. Your financial life fills with divine order. Your dreams fill with guidance. Your morning fills with strength. Every part of you becomes receptive. Every part of you becomes aligned. Every part of you becomes ready for the good that is already moving toward you. Sigh. I am receptive to divine supply. I am receptive to right ideas. I am receptive to peaceful prosperity. I am receptive to inspired action. I am receptive to unexpected good. I am receptive to the perfect channels through which abundance now flows. Let this be the command of the night. Not I chase, not I fear, not I lack, not I must force, but I am receptive. I am guided. I am supplied. I am ready. As you sleep with this command, the subconscious begins searching for evidence of receptivity rather than evidence of danger. It notices opportunities. It makes connections. It clears resistance. It softens old defenses. It prepares you to say yes when yes is right, and no when no is right. It prepares you to wake not as a frightened seeker of supply, but as a calm receiver of divine good. And when morning comes, remember this. Do not break the spell of faith with the language of fear. Do not cancel the golden rain with old complaints. Do not greet the day by rehearsing yesterday's limitations. Greet the day as one who has been renewed in the night. Place your feet on the floor and say, I awaken rich in consciousness. God's wealth surrounds me like the air I breathe. Divine supply flows through me like life itself. I am guided today. I am provided for today. I am open to the perfect manifestation of my good today. Then move gently, but decisively. Listen, notice, act when guided. Bless what appears. Release what leaves. Receive what comes. Trust what is forming. This is the rhythm of sacred abundance. Plant at night. Protect in the morning. Act in the day. Release in the evening. Sleep again in faith. And as this rhythm becomes your life, prosperity stops being an event you are waiting for and becomes an atmosphere you live from. You are not waiting to become abundant. You are becoming the consciousness through which abundance can safely, wisely, and beautifully express. The golden rain is falling. The garden is growing. The river is carrying you. The word is working. The morning is being prepared. And while you rest, divine intelligence is arranging the visible proof of the invisible truth you have accepted. Now, as you awaken rich in consciousness and begin to recognize supply in every form, you are ready for a deeper correction in the way you relate to money itself. This correction is subtle, but it is powerful. Because for many people, the problem is not only that they lack money, the deeper problem is that they have misunderstood money. They have given it a false identity. They have made it either a master to fear or an enemy to reject. They have made it a judge of their worth, a ruler of their moods, a measure of their safety, a symbol of shame, or a prize that must be chased with exhaustion. And as long as money is given the wrong name, it will occupy the wrong place in consciousness. This is why spiritual abundance begins with correct naming. You must name money rightly. You must see it clearly. You must remove from it every false garment that fear, culture, guilt, religion, family conditioning, and past disappointment have placed upon it. Money is not your master. Money is not your source. Money is not your God. Money is not your enemy. Money is not wicked in itself. Money is not holy in itself. Money is not a personality. Money is not a mysterious being deciding whether it likes you or dislikes you. Money is substance in circulation. Money is value taking form. Money is a tool of exchange. Money is one of the ways supply may appear in the visible world. Money is a servant when placed under divine order. And when you understand this, your relationship with it begins to heal. Many people speak of money as though it has moods. They say, money never stays with me. They say, money avoids me. They say, money does not like me. They say, money is hard to get. They say, money is always leaving. They speak as though money were a temperamental person with a will of its own, a mysterious personality that must be pleased, begged, chased, or feared. But money has no private mood toward you. It is not offended by you. It is not punishing you. It is not judging your past. It is not measuring your worthiness. It is not deciding whether you are good enough to receive. When money seems chaotic in a person's life, it is often because consciousness has been chaotic. When money seems frightening, it is often because fear has been repeatedly attached to it. When money seems difficult to hold, it may be because the subconscious has associated it with guilt, danger, pressure, or loss. When money seems to disappear quickly, there may be an inner pattern of disorder, shame, urgency, or unconscious release. But these are patterns. They are not laws. And what was patterned can be repatterned. What was named falsely can be named truly. What was placed on the throne can be returned to the servant's position. Say slowly, money is not a person. Money is not my judge. Money is not my ruler. Money is a servant of divine good. Money obeys divine order in my life. I direct money wisely, peacefully, and under grace. Feel the order in those words. They remove drama. They remove fear. They remove superstition. They restore spiritual hierarchy. Spirit is source. Consciousness is the pattern. The spoken word is the command. Money is the servant. When this order is restored, you no longer need to have an emotional battle every time you look at your finances. You no longer need to tremble before a number. You no longer need to make a bank account into a prophecy. You no longer need to treat a bill as though it were an enemy. You no longer need to feel rejected when a payment is due. You begin to approach money as a steward. You begin to say, this area of my life is now under divine order. These accounts are under divine order. These expenses are under divine order. These income channels are under divine order. These decisions are under divine order. Every exchange is blessed, directed, and harmonized. This is not denial. This is spiritual administration. You are not pretending that numbers do not exist. You are refusing to let numbers become gods. You are not ignoring practical affairs. You are inviting divine intelligence to govern them. You are not escaping responsibility. You are removing panic from responsibility so wisdom can enter. This is a crucial distinction. A fearful person may avoid money entirely. A greedy person may worship money constantly. A spiritually ordered person can look at money clearly, bless it, direct it, manage it, circulate it, receive it, release it, and never confuse it with identity. This is freedom. To be free around money does not mean you have no financial responsibilities. It means those responsibilities no longer hold your soul captive. It means you can act without panic. It means you can receive without guilt. It means you can pay without resentment. It means you can save without hoarding. It means you can give without pride. It means you can earn without self-betrayal. It means you can say yes when guided and no when guided. It means you are no longer emotionally enslaved to the movement of currency. This freedom begins inwardly. It begins when you stop asking money to tell you who you are. Your worth is not in your wallet. Your dignity is not in your balance. Your future is not decided by one financial appearance. Your security does not come from money itself. Your security comes from your conscious union with divine supply. Money may be one channel, but spirit is the source, and the source is never exhausted. Sigh, my source is infinite spirit. My supply is not limited to one channel. Money comes through right channels in right timing. I bless every channel, but I worship none. I am secure in divine supply. Let that enter deeply. Because when the soul truly accepts that spirit is source, the pressure on money begins to dissolve. Money can now serve. It does not have to save you. It does not have to define you. It does not have to protect your identity. It does not have to carry the weight of your fear. It can simply move as a tool of good. This changes how you speak to it. You do not plead with money. You do not flatter money. You do not chase money with humiliation. You do not curse money when it leaves. You do not panic when it circulates. You give it direction. You bless it. You assign it. You bring it into order. You speak to it from spiritual authority. And this is where the law of the spoken word becomes intensely practical. For the word you speak over money becomes an instruction to your subconscious. If you say, money is impossible, the subconscious begins to look for impossibility. If you say, I never have enough, the subconscious begins to organize your perception around insufficiency. If you say, I am terrible with money, the subconscious accepts incompetence as identity. If you say, every bill destroys me, the subconscious turns financial responsibility into threat. But when you speak differently, the inner mechanism changes. If you say, divine order governs my money, the subconscious begins searching for order. If you say, I am guided in every financial decision, it begins looking for guidance. If you say, money serves divine good in my life, it begins to place money beneath a higher purpose. If you say, I receive, manage, and circulate money wisely, it begins to form a new financial identity. The words become seeds. The seeds become tendencies. The tendencies become actions. The actions become channels, and channels become manifestation. So speak carefully, especially when you feel pressure. A word spoken under pressure is often powerful because it reveals your real inner agreement. When something unexpected happens, do you say, I knew this would happen, everything goes wrong? Or do you say, this too is under divine order? The perfect solution is now revealed? When an expense appears, do you say, there goes everything? Or do you say, divine supply meets this in perfect ways and I am guided in right action? When you feel behind, do you say, I will never catch up? Or do you say, order is established step by step. I am led clearly and faithfully. These moments matter. They are crossroads. Every financial pressure gives you an opportunity to choose your law. Will you choose the law of fear? Or will you choose the law of faith? Will you repeat the old command? Or will you speak the new one? Do not wait until you feel perfect faith before you speak. Speak the word so faith can rise. Speak calmly. Speak faithfully. Speak repeatedly. Speak not as one begging for proof, but as one establishing spiritual order. Say, I command my thoughts to come into divine order. I command my words to agree with faith. I command my actions to follow wisdom. I command money to serve divine good. I command increase to appear through perfect channels, under grace, in perfect ways. Now pause. Feel the authority. This is not arrogance. This is not ego. This is not the attempt to dominate other people or manipulate outer events. This is self-government under divine law. You are commanding your own consciousness. You are calling your thoughts out of chaos. You are calling your words out of fear. You are calling your actions out of confusion. You are placing money back into its rightful role as servant. This is spiritual authority, and spiritual authority is calm. It does not need to shout. It does not need to strain. It does not need to prove itself. It knows. It speaks. It rests. It acts when guided. This is the commanding consciousness. Commanding consciousness is not harshness. It is not aggression. It is not selfish demand. It is not the ego trying to force the universe to obey personal impatience. Commanding consciousness is the inner state of one who knows that divine law is real that the spoken word is creative, that fear has no rightful authority, and that supply must respond when consciousness aligns with truth. The person who commands from ego becomes tense. The person who commands from fear becomes desperate. The person who commands from vanity becomes unstable. But the person who commands from divine order becomes peaceful. Their voice carries certainty. Their actions carry clarity. Their timing becomes more exact. Their decisions become less scattered. Their financial world begins to feel less like a battlefield and more like a field being cultivated. This is why your commands must be pure. Do not command out of revenge. Do not command out of jealousy. Do not command to impress others. Do not command from the desire to appear superior. Do not command money to make you powerful over people. Command only what is aligned with right use, right action, right supply, and the highest good. Sigh. Let the right increase come. Let the right channel open. Let the right work be blessed. Let the right exchange be made. Let the right compensation appear. Let all things be done under divine order. This kind of command does not violate spiritual law. It cooperates with it. It does not force. It authorizes. It does not grab. It receives. It does not manipulate. It aligns. And when you speak this way, you begin to notice that your energy toward money becomes cleaner. There is less emotional noise, less shame, less panic, less resentment, less secrecy, less avoidance. You can look, you can listen, you can organize, you can plan, you can pay, you can ask, you can receive, you can negotiate, you can decide, you can bless. And because the emotional charge is lower, your wisdom becomes higher. Fear clouds intelligence. Shame hides information. Panic creates poor timing. Resentment blocks circulation. But peace makes the mind available to guidance. A peaceful mind can notice the right detail. A peaceful mind can hear the right idea. A peaceful mind can take action without scattering energy. A peaceful mind can make decisions that a frightened mind would never recognize. This is why one of the greatest financial practices is not merely earning more. It is returning to peace before you decide. Do not negotiate from panic. Do not spend from emptiness. Do not lend from guilt. Do not invest from greed. Do not refuse from fear. Do not accept from desperation. Pause. Return to the center. Ask for divine guidance. Speak the word, then act. Sigh. I do not make money decisions from fear. I pause and return to divine order. The right decision is revealed. The right action is clear. The right timing is perfect. This practice alone can transform a life. For many financial losses begin with an anxious yes or a fearful no. Many delays begin with avoidance. Many complications begin with unclear speech. Many drains begin with guilt. Many missed opportunities begin with the belief, I am not worthy. But when consciousness is governed by divine order, you become less available to these patterns. You begin to recognize when fear is trying to rush you. You begin to recognize when guilt is trying to purchase approval. You begin to recognize when pride is trying to make a financial decision for the sake of appearance. You begin to recognize when old scarcity is trying to make you accept less than right compensation. And recognition is power. What you recognize, you can release. What you release, you no longer obey. What you no longer obey no longer governs your experience. This is the movement from slavery to stewardship. A slave reacts. A steward directs. A slave fears the master. A steward serves the true source. A slave hides from responsibility. A steward brings responsibility into order. A slave is controlled by appearances. A steward uses appearances as information, not as final authority. So say, I am no longer a slave to money. I am a steward of divine supply. I direct money with wisdom. I receive money with gratitude. I circulate money with blessing. I use money for right purposes. I stand in spiritual authority. Let this become an identity, not just a sentence, an identity. Begin to see yourself as one who can be trusted with increase, one who does not worship it, one who does not fear it, one who does not waste it unconsciously, one who does not hoard it in terror, one who does not use it to dominate, one who receives with humility and directs with wisdom. This is important because your subconscious must be able to accept your increase safely. If the subconscious believes money will corrupt you, it may resist money. If it believes money will make others reject you, it may resist money. If it believes money will bring responsibility you cannot handle, it may resist money. If it believes money will disappear anyway, it may not allow you to hold it. So speak safety around increase. Sigh, it is safe for me to receive increase. It is safe for me to manage increase. It is safe for me to use money wisely. It is safe for me to be blessed. It is safe for me to prosper under divine order. I receive increase with wisdom, humility, and peace. Let these words heal the hidden resistance. Let them calm the old fear that prosperity is dangerous. Let them teach the subconscious that abundance does not have to lead to chaos. Abundance under divine order leads to greater service, greater peace, greater stability, greater generosity, and greater freedom. Now let us speak of voice recognition in the invisible realm. This does not mean that money is a person listening with ears. It means that substance responds to the vibration of command, just as the body responds differently to a word spoken in panic than to a word spoken in peace. The field of your life responds differently to words spoken from fear than to words spoken from spiritual authority. Your voice carries your state. Your tone carries your belief. Your words carry instruction. When your voice says, "I am supplied," but your state says, "I am terrified," the command is divided. When your voice says, "The way is open," and your state rests in quiet expectancy, the command is unified. Unified command is powerful. This is why, before you speak an affirmation, you may need to breathe. Place your hand on your heart. Let the body soften. Let the face relax. Let the shoulders drop. Let the belly unclench. Let the nervous system receive peace. Then speak, not from the throat only. Speak from the whole being. Sigh, divine supply is my source. Money is my servant. Increase obeys divine order. The right channels open now. I receive, manage, and circulate wealth with wisdom and peace. This is a clear command. It teaches the subconscious. It settles the body. It informs the imagination. It directs the day. And if appearances seem to contradict it, do not panic. Appearances are often the last layer to change. The inner command must be protected while the outer rearranges. When you rearrange a room, for a moment, things may look more chaotic. Objects are moved. Dust is stirred. Old placements are disturbed. But this does not mean order is failing. It means order is being established. Likewise, when you begin speaking divine order over your financial life, certain things may come to the surface. An ignored bill may demand attention. An unclear agreement may need correction. A draining habit may become obvious. A relationship involving money may need truth. A fear you buried may rise to be released. Do not interpret this as failure. It may be the beginning of order. Divine order often starts by revealing what must be corrected. Bless the revelation. Sigh, this is not chaos. This is correction. This is not punishment. This is divine order, revealing the next right action. I am guided. I am steady. I am willing to see clearly. This is mature faith. Immature faith wants only pleasant signs. Mature faith recognizes that even correction is mercy. If a leak is revealed, the house can be repaired. If a false belief is revealed, the mind can be freed. If a disorder is revealed, order can be established. If a fear is revealed, faith can replace it. So welcome clarity, even when it first appears as something you must face. Facing is not failure. Facing under divine order is freedom beginning. Now, as night approaches again, let all of this teaching become a sacred practice. You are not going to sleep as one ruled by money. You are going to sleep as one who has named money rightly. You are not going to sleep believing money has moods. You are going to sleep knowing money is substance in circulation. You are not going to sleep asking your bank account who you are. You are going to sleep established in divine identity. You are not going to sleep fearing increase. You are going to sleep prepared to steward increase. You are not going to sleep in financial shame. You are going to sleep under divine order. Sigh. I release every false identity I have given money. I release the belief that money is my master. I release the belief that money is my enemy. I release the belief that money judges me. I release the belief that money is difficult, distant, or unsafe. I now name money rightly. Money is a servant of divine good. Money is substance in circulation. Money obeys divine order in my life. Divine supply is my source. Let this be planted deeply. Let it enter the subconscious. Let it cleanse inherited fear. Let it correct old speech. Let it heal financial shame. Let it dissolve spiritual guilt. Let it restore the right relationship between spirit, consciousness, word, action, and form. And then, from this place of restored order, speak the decree. I command increase under divine order. I command right channels to open. I command my mind to receive right ideas. I command my hands to perform right action. I command my words to bless every financial area of my life. I command money to serve divine good, and I go free. Now, rest. Do not strain after the decree. Do not keep repeating it with anxiety. A true command is spoken, then trusted. A seed is planted, then allowed to grow. A letter is sent, then allowed to reach its destination. A law is invoked, then allowed to operate. Rest in the authority of the word. Rest in the order you have established. Rest in the knowledge that the subconscious has received a new instruction. Rest in the certainty that divine intelligence knows how to translate inner order into outer form. Tonight, while you sleep, this corrected relationship with money becomes deeper. The old emotional drama dissolves. The old fear loses texture. The old shame fades. The old superstition weakens. The old slavery ends, and in its place, a new consciousness is formed. A steward consciousness, a commanding consciousness, a peaceful consciousness, a consciousness that knows money is servant, spirit is source, and the spoken word is creative. Sleep in that knowing. Let the night carry it deeper. Let the subconscious accept it fully. Let divine intelligence arrange the channels. And when morning comes, rise and speak not as one afraid of money, but as one who governs it under grace. Money is not my master. Money is my obedient servant. Divine supply is my source. Increase comes through perfect channels. I receive, direct, and circulate money with wisdom, peace, and gratitude. Carry this word into the day. Carry it into your work. Carry it into your decisions. Carry it into your conversations. Carry it into your planning. Carry it into every bill, every payment, every opportunity, every exchange. Do not let the old name return. Do not call money master again. Do not call money enemy again. Do not call money impossible again. Do not call money your worth again. Name it rightly. Bless it rightly. Direct it rightly. Receive it rightly. Use it rightly. And as you do, the servant begins to obey the true master within you. Divine intelligence, speaking through a consciousness aligned with faith. Now, when money has been named rightly, when it has been removed from the throne and placed again in its rightful position as servant, a new atmosphere begins forming around your life. This atmosphere is not forced. It is not artificial. It is not the strained energy of someone pretending to be confident while still fearing the future. It is a quiet magnetism, a spiritual fragrance, a presence of inner certainty that begins to move before you, surround you, and speak through you even when your lips are silent. This is the beginning of magnetic consciousness, and magnetic consciousness is very different from chasing. Chasing says, My good is far away, and I must run after it. Magnetism says, my good is drawn to the consciousness that is prepared to receive it. Chasing says, I must exhaust myself to prove I deserve supply. Magnetism says, I align with divine order, and right supply finds its way to me. Chasing says, if I stop pushing, everything will disappear. Magnetism says, when I stand in faith, what belongs to me by divine right cannot miss me. This is a profound shift. For most of your life, perhaps, you were taught to pursue money, pursue approval, pursue opportunity, pursue safety, pursue validation, pursue success as though it were always running away from you. And under that pursuit, there was a hidden assumption. My good is not here. My good does not know where I am. My good must be captured before someone else takes it. But divine supply does not operate in fear. Divine supply does not need panic to locate you. Divine supply is not confused about your address. Divine supply is not late. Divine supply is not competing against another person's good. Divine supply moves according to law. And one of the great laws is this: what is inwardly aligned becomes outwardly attractive. Not attractive in the shallow sense. Not attractive as performance, but attractive as spiritual correspondence. A peaceful consciousness attracts peaceful channels. A grateful consciousness attracts multiplied good. A clear consciousness attracts clearer opportunities. A worthy consciousness recognizes worthy exchange. A guided consciousness recognizes the right door. A faithful consciousness does not collapse before delay. When the inner state changes, life begins to answer differently. People may respond differently to you. You may enter conversations with more steadiness. You may hear an opportunity in a sentence that you would once have missed. You may feel the impulse to go somewhere, write something, speak to someone, or complete something at exactly the right moment. You may notice that the right people begin appearing with unusual timing. You may feel less drawn to desperate choices. You may begin refusing what once tempted you because your consciousness now knows it does not belong to your higher order. This is magnetism. It is not manipulation. It is not trying to bend others to your will. It is the natural drawing power of a soul that has stopped broadcasting fear and begun radiating divine order. Say softly, I do not chase my good. I align with divine order, and my good is drawn to me. I do not force opportunity. I become receptive to right opportunity. I do not beg for supply. I stand in the consciousness of divine supply. Let these words cleanse the old habit of pursuit. Let them enter the places where you still believe you must run, grasp, hurry, or compete. There is a good that belongs to you by divine right, not by personal vanity, not by selfish demand, not by taking from another, but by spiritual correspondence, the right work, the right compensation, the right ideas, the right channels, the right people, the right timing, the right expression of abundance that blesses you and blesses through you. When you enter magnetic consciousness, you no longer ask, how can I grab what I need? You ask, how can I become the clear channel through which my right good can appear? That question changes your entire life, because grabbing contracts the soul. Receiving expands it. Grabbing is rooted in fear. Receiving is rooted in faith. Grabbing sees the world as hostile. Receiving sees the world as governed by divine intelligence. Grabbing makes the hands tight. Receiving opens them. And an open hand is easier to fill. Now imagine that, in the inner realm, you are standing before great gates, not ordinary gates, not gates made by human hands, but gates of divine wealth. They rise before you in the temple of consciousness, radiant with gold, silver, pearl, and light. They are not cold. They are not distant. They are not guarded by a cruel power. They are living gates, gates of spiritual permission, gates that open when consciousness remembers its true relation to Source. For years, perhaps, you believed these gates were locked against you. You may have believed wealth was for others, ease was for others, guidance was for others, open doors were for others. Peace around money was for others. You may have stood outside in consciousness, looking through the bars of old belief, saying, maybe someday, maybe when I am better, maybe when I have suffered enough, maybe when I have proven enough. But divine supply was never locked by spirit. The gate was held closed by false identity, by fear, by shame, by inherited limitation, by words spoken against your own good, by the belief that you were a beggar outside the kingdom, not an heir within divine order. Tonight, see those gates clearly. Stand before them not as one pleading to be admitted, but as one who has returned to the truth. The gates do not resist you. They recognize you. They recognize the word of faith. They recognize the consciousness that has stopped bowing to lack. They recognize the soul that has placed money under divine order. They recognize the voice that says, God is my unfailing supply. And when this recognition occurs, the gates begin to open. Not with struggle, not with grinding metal, not as though heaven were reluctant. They open with joy. They open with ease. They open as if they had been waiting for you to remember. And beyond them you see rivers of light, gold light, silver light, soft streams of living abundance flowing in every direction. These rivers are not limited to money. They represent all forms of supply, health, peace, right work, creative inspiration, wise relationships, spiritual courage, beautiful timing, clear direction, unexpected provision, the strength to begin again, the wisdom to release what is no longer yours, the resources to complete what divine intelligence has placed in your hands. True wealth is many-sided. Money is one form, but divine wealth is larger. It includes the richness of a calm mind, the richness of a rested body, the richness of honest relationships, the richness of useful work, the richness of a clear conscience, the richness of a guided life, the richness of being able to bless others without fear, the richness of knowing you are not alone in the universe. Do not reduce divine wealth to a number. Numbers may be included, but they are not the fullness. If you ask only for money but refuse wisdom, money may not stay. If you ask only for income but refuse order, income may scatter. If you ask only for increase but refuse guidance, increase may overwhelm. If you ask only for abundance but refuse peace, abundance may not satisfy. So when the gates open, receive the whole river. Receive money and wisdom. Receive income and order. Receive opportunity and discernment. Receive increase and humility. Receive success and peace. Receive prosperity and right use. Receive abundance that blesses every part of your life. Sigh, I receive the fullness of divine wealth. I receive supply in right forms. I receive money with wisdom. I receive opportunity with discernment. I receive success with humility. I receive abundance under grace in perfect ways. Now let us speak the first great affirmation of this new consciousness. God is my unfailing supply. Say it inwardly. God is my unfailing supply. Do not rush past the word unfailing. Let it open inside you. Unfailing means not dependent upon weather, not dependent upon one person, not dependent upon one employer, not dependent upon one client, not dependent upon one economy, not dependent upon one visible channel, not dependent upon your fear, not dependent upon your confusion, not dependent upon your past mistakes. Unfailing means that source remains source even when a channel changes. Unfailing means that divine intelligence can find a way where the conscious mind sees no way. Unfailing means that your good is not destroyed because one form did not remain. Unfailing means that spirit is not exhausted by your need. Unfailing means there is no shortage in divine mind. This affirmation must be spoken as recognition, not as begging. You are not saying, please God, become my supply. You are saying, God is my supply, and I now recognize it. There is a difference. Begging assumes separation. Recognition assumes union. Begging trembles before lack. Recognition stands in truth. Begging says, maybe I am forgotten. Recognition says, I have never been outside divine care. When you speak, God is my unfailing supply, you are correcting the false idea that money is the source. You are correcting the false idea that a job is the source. You are correcting the false idea that a person is the source. You are correcting the false idea that the visible world has final authority. You are returning to spiritual order. Sigh. God is my unfailing supply. No channel is my source. No person is my source. No condition is my source. Infinite Spirit is my source, and every right channel now opens. Let that statement settle into your bones. It removes fear from change. If a channel closes, source remains. If a person disappoints you, source remains. If one plan fails, source remains. If one opportunity disappears, source remains. If one season ends, source remains. The branch is not the root. The cup is not the fountain. The channel is not the source. Do not cling to the cup when the fountain is infinite. Now speak the second great affirmation. Riches flow to me under grace. Say it slowly. Riches flow to me under grace. Notice the word flow. It does not say riches are dragged to me. It does not say riches are forced to me. It does not say riches come through struggle, humiliation, panic, or exhaustion. It says they flow. Flow is natural movement. Flow is alignment. Flow is the river finding its way. Flow is the supply moving through the channel prepared for it. And then notice the words under grace. Under grace means without fear as the governing law. Under grace means not by harsh striving. Under grace means not by violating another. Under grace means not through manipulation. Under grace means not through desperate grasping. Under grace means in a right way, a clean way, a blessed way, a way that harms no one and serves the highest good. Riches under grace do not require you to betray your soul. They do not require you to live in panic. They do not require you to abandon peace. They do not require you to accept what is not yours. They do not require you to become hard, greedy, or false. Under grace, abundance comes in harmony with divine order. It comes through right channels. It comes with right timing. It comes with right action. It comes with wisdom to use it. It comes with peace to receive it. It comes with gratitude to multiply it. Sigh. Riches flow to me under grace. Supply flows to me under grace. Opportunity flows to me under grace. Right ideas flow to me under grace. Right compensation flows to me under grace. My good comes in perfect ways. Let this correct the old belief that wealth must be violent, selfish, exhausting, or spiritually dangerous. Wealth under grace is clean. It is calm. It is useful. It is divinely ordered. It blesses the receiver and the world around the receiver. Now, speak the third affirmation. I walk in the light of divine wealth. Sigh. I walk in the light of divine wealth. This is present tense. Not, I will someday reach wealth. Not, I am trying to find wealth. Not, I hope wealth may come. But, I walk in the light of divine wealth. This means you are already moving within an atmosphere of supply. You are already surrounded by divine ideas. You are already breathing the air of possibility. You are already under the government of infinite intelligence. You are already in the field where your good can appear. The light of divine wealth shines upon your path. It reveals the next step. It exposes false roads. It illuminates hidden opportunities. It warms the places made cold by fear. It allows you to see what scarcity kept hidden. When you walk in this light, you do not need to see the entire road. Light is given for the step, then the next step, then the next. Many people refuse to move because they cannot see the whole journey. But divine guidance often gives enough light only for the next faithful action. If you wait to see everything, you may delay your good. But if you take the step that is lit, more light appears. Sigh. I walk in the light of divine wealth. My next step is illumined. My right path is revealed. My mind is clear. My heart is steady. My actions are guided. These three affirmations form a sacred trinity of prosperity consciousness. God is my unfailing supply. Riches flow to me under grace. I walk in the light of divine wealth. Do not speak them as decoration. Speak them as foundation. Let them become the pillars of your inner temple. When fear rises, return to the first. God is my unfailing supply. When struggle tries to return, speak the second. Riches flow to me under grace. When confusion appears, speak the third. I walk in the light of divine wealth. Each one corrects a different error. The first corrects false source. The second corrects false method. The third corrects false direction. False source says, my supply depends on this one visible channel. Truth says, God is my unfailing supply. False method says, I must suffer and strive to receive. Truth says, riches flow to me under grace. False direction says, I am lost and do not know the way. Truth says, I walk in the light of divine wealth. Now, as these affirmations take root, your magnetic field strengthens. Again, do not think of this in a strange or theatrical way. It is simple. Your consciousness becomes less divided. Your speech becomes cleaner. Your expectations become more aligned. Your choices become more consistent. Your body carries less fear. Your intuition becomes easier to hear. This creates a field around you, a field of order, a field of expectancy, a field of spiritual dignity, a field that says to the unseen, I am ready to receive what is mine by divine order. Now, carry this field into daily life. Do not leave it only in meditation. Carry it into the workplace. Carry it into your creative work. Carry it into your conversations. Carry it into the way you answer messages. Carry it into the way you speak about prices, money, value, and time. Carry it into the way you pay bills. Carry it into the way you receive compliments. Carry it into the way you negotiate. Carry it into the way you make offers. Carry it into the way you rest. Carry it into the way you say no. Carry it into the way you say yes. Every small moment is a chance to practice abundance consciousness. When someone asks for your time, do not answer from fear. Pause. Ask inwardly, is this aligned? When a financial decision appears, do not answer from panic. Pause. Ask, what is the right action under divine order? When an opportunity comes, do not immediately assume you are not enough. Pause. Ask, is this mine to receive? When a delay appears, do not immediately call it failure. Pause. Say, divine timing is exact. When an expense appears, do not immediately curse it. Pause. Say, divine supply provides through perfect channels. This pause is powerful. The pause breaks the old automatic pattern. The pause creates a space where divine intelligence can speak. The pause stops fear from taking the microphone first. The pause allows the word of faith to be chosen consciously. Many miracles begin in the pause, because in the pause, you are no longer a machine repeating old programming. You become a conscious speaker of the word. Sigh. I pause before fear speaks. I listen before I act. I bless before I decide. I return to divine order before I respond. The right word is given to me. The right action is revealed. This practice keeps your magnetic state intact throughout the day. Without it, the world may pull you back into reaction. A message arrives and you panic. A number appears and you collapse. A person speaks carelessly and you surrender your peace. A delay occurs and you cancel your faith. But with the sacred pause, you remain seated inwardly. You do not let every outer movement dethrone your consciousness. You remain in command. Softly, quietly, firmly. This is the daily discipline of spiritual wealth. Not constant excitement. Not emotional highs. Not forcing yourself to feel positive every second. But returning again and again to the law. Returning to source. Returning to the word. Returning to peace. Returning to the next right action. Now let us look more deeply at the phrase, irresistibly magnetic. This does not mean that every desire of the ego runs toward you. It does not mean that you attract what vanity wants. It means that what is rightfully yours in divine order begins to find you because you are no longer hiding behind fear, guilt, confusion, or self-rejection. Many people say they want prosperity, but their inner posture says, "Do not see me." They want opportunity, but they hide their gifts. They want increase, but they feel guilty being visible. They want compensation, but they understate their value. They want help, but they reject kindness. They want doors, but they do not walk toward them when they open. Magnetism requires receptivity. If your good comes and you push it away, you will call life unfair while secretly resisting the answer. So ask yourself gently, where have I been hiding from my good? Where have I been saying no to the very thing I prayed for? Where have I been afraid to be seen? Where have I refused support because of pride? Where have I rejected increase because of guilt? Where have I made myself smaller because I feared judgment? Do not ask these questions with condemnation. Ask them with light. The purpose is not shame. The purpose is freedom. Once you see the resistance, you can release it. Sigh. I release the fear of being seen. I release the guilt of receiving. I release the habit of shrinking. I release the belief that my good belongs to someone else. I become visible to my right good. I become receptive to my right supply. I become available to divine opportunity. This is a powerful declaration. I become visible to my right good. Let it sink in. Your good must be able to find you, not because it is lost, but because you must stop hiding from it. Hiding may look like procrastination. Hiding may look like undercharging. Hiding may look like silence when you need to speak. Hiding may look like refusing to finish what you began. Hiding may look like always preparing but never offering. Hiding may look like spiritual language used to avoid practical action. Hiding may look like waiting for perfect confidence before taking one obedient step. But divine order often meets you on the path, not in endless postponement. Take the step, make the offer, speak the truth, write the idea, organize the money, open the account, send the message, create the work, bless the channel, then release the outcome. This is magnetism joined with action. And when magnetism and right action meet, manifestations become much more natural, because now the unseen and the seen are cooperating. Your inner state draws. Your outer action opens channels. Your word commands. Your faith sustains. Your gratitude multiplies. Your intuition guides. Your discipline gives form. This is complete prosperity practice. It is not merely dreaming. It is not merely working. It is not merely affirming. It is the harmonious union of consciousness, word, guidance, and action. Sigh. My consciousness attracts. My word commands. My intuition guides. My action opens channels. My gratitude multiplies. My divine source supplies all. Now, if you feel resistance to this teaching, bless the resistance. Do not fight yourself. Perhaps part of you is afraid to trust. Perhaps part of you has been disappointed before. Perhaps part of you says, I believed once, and it hurt. Perhaps part of you feels that abundance is for others. Perhaps part of you fears that if you rise, you will be criticized. Meet these parts with compassion. Spiritual authority is not cruelty toward your wounded places. It is love taking command. Place your hand on your heart and say, I bless the part of me that has been afraid. I bless the part of me that has been disappointed. I bless the part of me that learned scarcity. I bless the part of me that hid from good. I now lead my whole being into divine order. We are safe to receive. We are safe to prosper. We are safe to be guided. This is important. Do not leave any part of yourself outside the blessing. Abundance consciousness is not built by rejecting the wounded self. It is built by bringing the wounded self into the light of divine truth. The fearful part must hear the word. The ashamed part must hear the word. The tired part must hear the word. The hidden part must hear the word. All of you must be included in the new command. Then the subconscious no longer has to fight itself. The inner family comes into agreement, and agreement creates power. Now return to the gates of divine wealth. See them open wide. See the rivers of gold and silver light flowing beyond them. See yourself not rushing, not grabbing, not begging, walking calmly, reverently, with gratitude. You enter the light. You stand in the flow. You allow it to move around you and through you. You allow divine supply to touch every area of your life. Your mind, your work, your home, your relationships, your body, your creativity, your bank account, your decisions, your future. You do not tell the river how to be a river. You allow it to flow. You do not stand in the river while speaking drought. You bless the water. You receive the movement. You trust the current. Sigh. God is my unfailing supply. Riches flow to me under grace. I walk in the light of divine wealth. I am irresistibly magnetic to my right good. Every right channel opens. Every right opportunity finds me. Every right idea comes in perfect timing. I receive, bless, and act under divine order. Now let these words become quieter. Let them move from the mind into the heart. Let them move from the heart into the body. Let them move from the body into the subconscious. Let them become the final language of the night. You are not going to sleep as a seeker outside the gates. You are going to sleep as one who has entered the light. You are not going to sleep as one chasing opportunity. You are going to sleep as one magnetized by divine order. You are not going to sleep asking money to save you. You are going to sleep knowing God is your unfailing supply. You are not going to sleep fearing tomorrow. You are going to sleep in the light of divine wealth. And while you sleep, the subconscious receives these great affirmations as living law. The old belief in separation dissolves. The old need to chase dissolves. The old guilt around receiving dissolves. The old fear of being visible dissolves. The old story of not enough dissolves. And in its place, a new pattern is formed. I am supplied. I am guided. I am visible to my right good. I am receptive to right opportunity. I walk in divine wealth now. Sleep in this light. Rest in this magnetic field. Let the gates remain open in consciousness. Let the rivers flow. Let divine intelligence arrange what you could never arrange by fear. Let your good know where to find you. And when morning comes, rise with the first word of victory. God is my unfailing supply. Riches flow to me under grace. I walk in the light of divine wealth. Then pause, listen, and take the next right step. Now, as you stand in the light of divine wealth, as you feel the gates open within consciousness, as you begin to understand that your good is not something you chase, but something you align with, you arrive at the deepest recognition of this entire journey. This recognition is simple, but it is not small. It is quiet, but it is not weak. It is a declaration that gathers together everything we have spoken. Sleep as sacred appointment, the subconscious as fertile ground, money as servant, spirit as source, the spoken word as creative law, gratitude as multiplier, release as freedom, and divine order as the governing power of your life. The declaration is this: I am the formula. I overflow. Say it slowly. I am the formula. I overflow. Do not rush these words. Let them enter the body. Let them descend into the subconscious. Let them correct the old idea that the answer is always outside you. For perhaps you have spent much of your life searching for the formula, the perfect method, the perfect ritual, the perfect opportunity, the perfect timing, the perfect person, the perfect channel, the perfect condition. You may have believed that once you found the correct outer formula, then prosperity would arrive. Once you found the secret, then the door would open. Once you understood every step, then you would finally feel safe. But spiritual law now brings you to a higher understanding. You are not merely seeking a formula for abundance. When your consciousness is aligned with divine truth, you become the formula through which abundance demonstrates. You are not merely searching for overflow. When fear is released, when the word is spoken rightly, when the subconscious receives the truth, when action follows guidance, overflow begins expressing through you. This does not mean the human personality is the source. No, spirit is always source. Divine intelligence is always source. Infinite supply is always source. But you become the channel. You become the living pattern. You become the open gate. You become the field in which the law can operate. The formula is not far away. The formula is divine truth, accepted in consciousness, spoken in faith, impressed upon the subconscious, expressed through right action, and trusted under grace. That is the formula. And when that formula is alive in you, you are no longer merely repeating prosperity teachings. You are embodying them. You are no longer listening to abundance as an idea. You are becoming a living demonstration of divine supply. Say again, I am the formula. I overflow. Let the first sentence correct the old search. Let the second sentence correct the old lack. I am the formula means the law is not outside me. I overflow means supply is not absent from me. I am the formula means I carry the pattern of divine order. I overflow means my life can become a channel of good. I am the formula means my consciousness matters. I overflow means my good does not end with me. It moves through me. This is the spiritual meaning of overflow. Overflow is not hoarding. Overflow is not greed. Overflow is not spiritual vanity. Overflow is not money piled upon fear. True overflow is abundance moving through a purified channel. It is wisdom overflowing as guidance, peace overflowing as calm presence, money overflowing as right use, love overflowing as blessing, creativity overflowing as service, gratitude overflowing as generosity, faith overflowing as courage, divine order overflowing as visible harmony. When a cup overflows, it does not lose by pouring out. It demonstrates fullness. So it is with you. When you are filled with divine truth, your life begins to bless beyond your own borders. Your words bless. Your work blesses. Your money blesses. Your choices bless. Your peace blesses. Your presence blesses. Your increase blesses. This is why prosperity must be understood spiritually. If prosperity ends with the ego, it becomes heavy. If prosperity serves fear, it becomes unstable. If prosperity is used only for display, it becomes hollow. But when prosperity flows through a consciousness under divine order, it becomes a blessing. It feeds, it builds, it heals, it uplifts, it creates, it liberates. It allows the soul to serve with greater freedom. So when you say, I overflow, do not think only of receiving more. Think also of becoming a clearer channel. Ask, how can divine supply move through me with wisdom? How can my gifts serve more fully? How can my work become more aligned? How can my words carry more blessing? How can my money be directed with greater intelligence? How can my life become evidence that divine order is real? These questions keep abundance pure. They prevent the old consciousness from turning prosperity into vanity. They keep the heart soft. They keep the mind clear. They keep the channel open. Now, let us understand why this declaration feels like resurrection. For every person who has lived under lack has experienced some form of inner burial. There is the burial of dreams, the burial of confidence, the burial of expectation, the burial of spiritual imagination, the burial of hope after repeated disappointment, the burial of self-worth beneath financial shame, the burial of courage beneath years of survival. And sometimes, without realizing it, a person begins to live from the tomb. They no longer expect good. They no longer speak boldly. They no longer imagine increase. They no longer trust guidance. They no longer believe that a new path can open. They may continue moving through life outwardly, but inwardly, something has gone silent. This declaration calls that buried part back to life. I am the formula. I overflow. It says to the dead dream, rise. It says to the tired faith, rise. It says to the hidden gift, rise. It says to the wounded worth, rise. It says to the fearful voice, be still. It says to the subconscious, receive a new command. It says to the old identity, you are not my law anymore. It says to divine supply, I recognize you now. Do not underestimate the power of a true declaration, spoken at the right moment. One word of faith can awaken a whole inner world. One sentence can become a door. One decree can interrupt years of unconscious agreement with lack. One night of sacred sleep can begin a reordering that continues for months. But the declaration must be carried, not merely spoken once and forgotten. It must become part of your inner atmosphere. It must be spoken before sleep. It must be remembered upon waking. It must be protected during the day. It must be returned to when appearances seem loud. It must be lived through right action. Sigh. I am the formula of divine order in expression. I overflow with wisdom, peace, supply, and right action. I am a clear channel for divine good. My life demonstrates abundance under grace. Let these words become your final identity in this teaching. You are not the old financial story. You are not the old fear. You are not the old debt. You are not the old delay. You are not the old mistake. You are not the family limitation. You are not the inherited scarcity. You are not the voice that said, this is not for you. You are the consciousness now being renewed by divine truth. You are the speaker of the word. You are the gardener of the inner soil. You are the steward of divine supply. You are the receiver of guidance. You are the servant of right action. You are the channel through which good may move. And because you are the channel, you must remain clear. A channel clogged with resentment cannot flow freely. A channel clogged with fear cannot receive easily. A channel clogged with shame cannot hold increase peacefully. A channel clogged with dishonesty cannot direct money wisely. A channel clogged with confusion cannot hear guidance clearly. So let the final work be purification, not punishment, not self-criticism, not harshness. Purification simply means removing what no longer belongs to the new order. Release resentment. It does not protect you. Release shame. It does not heal you. Release envy. It does not increase you. Release panic. It does not guide you. Release spiritual laziness. It does not serve you. Release the habit of speaking against your good. It does not warn you. It wounds the seed. Release the need to know every detail before you trust. It keeps the door closed. Release the old identity that says, I am always struggling. It has completed its season. Now speak. I release every obstruction to divine supply. I release every fear of receiving. I release every false identity of lack. I release every word that has limited my good. I release every burden into divine love. I now stand clear, open, guided, and supplied. This is the state in which sleep becomes powerful. For tonight, when you sleep, do not sleep as one who is still asking, where is the formula? Sleep as one who knows. The formula is alive within me. Do not sleep as one who says, maybe abundance will come someday. Sleep as one who says, overflow begins in consciousness now. Do not sleep as one begging at the gates. Sleep as one whose inner gates are open. Do not sleep with money on the throne. Sleep with spirit on the throne. Do not sleep rehearsing problems. Sleep impressing divine truth upon the subconscious. The night will receive whatever you give it. Give it faith. Give it order. Give it gratitude. Give it the clear word. Give it the image of yourself as guided, peaceful, supplied, and overflowing. See yourself walking through the day with calm authority. See yourself looking at your finances without fear. See yourself blessing money as it comes and goes. See yourself receiving right opportunities with gratitude. See yourself saying no to what is not aligned. See yourself saying yes to what is guided. See yourself speaking the word and letting the law work. See yourself waking with clarity. See yourself taking one right action. See yourself becoming increasingly trustworthy with the good that flows through you. This is how the subconscious learns. It learns through repetition. It learns through feeling. It learns through imagery. It learns through the final impressions you carry into sleep. So tonight, give it the highest image. Give it the image of overflow under grace. Not chaotic overflow, not selfish overflow, not anxious overflow, but sacred overflow. Overflow that is ordered. Overflow that is peaceful. Overflow that blesses. Overflow that circulates. Overflow that demonstrates the goodness of divine law. Sigh. I overflow under grace. I overflow in wisdom. I overflow in peace. I overflow in love. I overflow in creativity. I overflow in money used rightly. I overflow in opportunities aligned with divine order. I overflow in blessings that bless others. Now let us bring together the full journey. You began by seeing sleep as a sacred chamber. You learned that the subconscious is open in the night. You learned that every word is a seed. You learned that the old programming of lack can be dissolved. You learned that spirit has never withheld your good. You learned that delay is often preparation. You learned that the golden river of supply has always been flowing beneath the surface of your life. You learned that your place at the table of divine provision was never taken away. You learned that the key lives upon your tongue and within your faith. You learned that money is not your master but your servant. You learned that divine supply is source. You learned that gratitude multiplies good. You learned that burdens must be placed upon the altar of divine love. You learned that release creates receptivity. You learned that right action follows right consciousness. You learned that magnetic abundance is not chasing but alignment. You learned that the gates of divine wealth open inward. You learned the sacred affirmations. God is my unfailing supply. Riches flow to me under grace. I walk in the light of divine wealth. And now, at the end of this journey, you receive the final declaration. I am the formula. I overflow. This is not the end of the work. It is the beginning of embodiment. A teaching becomes powerful only when it becomes daily practice. So tonight, before sleep, practice. Do not merely admire the words. Use them. Before your eyes close, release the burden. Bless the day. Forgive what needs forgiving. Stop rehearsing what went wrong. Speak the word of faith. Impress the subconscious with the truth. Give thanks for the unseen movement. Enter the night as one who knows divine order is working. Then, in the morning, practice again. Before fear speaks, speak faith. Before the world gives you its noise, give your mind divine truth. Before checking appearances, establish your inner law. Sigh, God is my unfailing supply. Riches flow to me under grace. I walk in the light of divine wealth. I am the formula. I overflow. Then listen. Guidance may come quietly. It may come as one task, one idea, one call, one correction, one conversation, one pause, one decision, one act of courage. Do not wait for the entire staircase to appear. Take the step that is illuminated. That step is enough. Then the next will be shown. And as you take these steps, remember, the word is not separate from action. The word prepares the action. The word purifies the action. The word guides the action. The word protects the action from fear. Speak, then move when guided. Declare, then obey. Rest, then act. Release, then receive. Give thanks, then continue. This rhythm becomes a life of divine order. Now, to the part of you that has been tired, let these words be comfort. You do not have to carry everything alone anymore. To the part of you that has been afraid, let these words be strength. Fear is not your law. To the part of you that has felt ashamed about money, let these words be healing. Your worth was never measured by a number. To the part of you that has been waiting for a door, let these words be faith. The right door opens under grace. To the part of you that has felt forgotten, let these words be remembrance. Spirit has never withheld your good. To the part of you that has been searching for the formula, let these words be revelation. You are the formula when divine truth is alive in you. And to the part of you that has been thirsty for abundance, let these words be the river. You overflow. Now, if this teaching has awakened something in you, do not let it remain only a passing feeling. Anchor it, speak it, write it, comment it as a declaration of spiritual agreement. I speak the word of faith, and divine order now opens my way. Or write, I am the formula. I overflow. When you write a declaration like this, you are not merely leaving a comment. You are giving the subconscious a public word of agreement. You are saying, this is the law I choose. You are saying, I no longer agree with lack as my identity. You are saying, I stand in divine supply. And if this message has brought you peace, clarity, or a sense of awakening, subscribe and return to these teachings often. Let your nights be trained in faith. Let your mornings be established in divine order. Let your words become more careful, your actions more guided, your gratitude more natural, and your relationship with money more peaceful. Because this is not merely a video, it is a practice. It is not merely inspiration, it is spiritual training. It is not merely listening, it is repatterning the hidden mind. Each time you return to truth, the old pattern weakens. Each time you speak faith, the new pattern strengthens. Each time you sleep in peace, the subconscious receives divine order. Each time you act on guidance, the channel opens wider. Each time you bless instead of fear, your consciousness becomes richer. And eventually, the life that once seemed governed by lack begins to reveal a new order. A calmer order, a wiser order, a more abundant order. An order that was always available, waiting for recognition. So as we close, breathe slowly. Let the body rest. Let the mind become still. Let the heart open. Let the golden river flow. Let the gates remain open. Let the word settle deeply. Let the old identity dissolve. Let the new consciousness rise. Say, one final time, God is my unfailing supply. Riches flow to me under grace. I walk in the light of divine wealth. Money is my obedient servant. Divine order governs every part of my life. I speak the word of faith, and my way is opened. I am the formula. I overflow. Now, rest in that. Do not strain. Do not chase. Do not fear. Do not rehearse lack. Let the law work. Let divine intelligence arrange the visible proof. Let your subconscious receive the command. Let your sleep become sanctuary. Let your morning become evidence. Let your life become the demonstration. The way is made clear before you. The burden is released. The gates are open. The river is flowing. Your word is creative. Your faith is active. Your good is not lost. Divine order is working now. And as you sleep, as you breathe, as you surrender, as you trust, infinite spirit moves through the unseen places of your life, preparing channels, correcting patterns, awakening ideas, blessing your work, guiding your steps, and bringing your good into visible form under grace in perfect ways. I am the formula. I overflow.